Welcome to the Jordan Board of Education study session. Today is Tuesday, February 25th, and we appreciate those of you who are listening from home or are present today. I am Nikki George, the Jordan School Board President, and present with me tonight at this meeting are all members of our school board: Brian Barnett, Bryce Denford, Aaron Barrow, Daryl Robinson, Suzanne Wood, and Lisa Dean, as well as our superintendent, Dr. Anthony Godfrey, our associate superintendent, Dr. Mike Anderson, and our business administrator, Mr. John Larson. We will go ahead and open with agenda item A, a legislative review with Ms. Suzanne Wood and Dr. Anderson.
Before Dr. Anderson gives us a high-level overview of the bills, I do just want to highlight the event that we had last week with the student body officers in the district who got to be on the floor with some of our legislators. And it was a wonderful experience to witness the process firsthand and to feel the excitement of our students to take part in that process. I think they had a new sense of possibility, whether for themselves or for contacting our legislators. So thank you, Dr. Anderson, for coordinating that. I'll let you take it from there.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a great day. I've often said it's my favorite day up on the Hill. And yeah, in this photo, this is of course the house. And if we were seated up in the gallery right above the middle section or off to the left there, watching our students on the floor. It was a great day. Here's some photos. Our student body presidents from each of our schools. We had each of the comprehensive high schools as well as Valley, South Valley. This student is representing our Kings Peak High School, our virtual schools. So it's great. Not seated in the gallery was Board Member Wood, who happened to be on the floor.
Lucky me.
Yeah, what a great experience. And, this is Representative Ashley Matthews, and this is her baby who was just featured recently in a newspaper article. Yeah, he's quite the star up there. And so, it was great. Several of our students, we tried to match our reps up with the schools that most of their area falls into. That worked out great in most cases. And Representative Miller actually she asked for personal privilege and asked for everybody to be recognized. The speaker gave some nice remarks to our students. They looked great sitting on the floor of the House in their officer uniforms, or their sweaters at least, and it was just a great experience all the way around. So thank you to the board for sponsoring that and helping us that. We had some good conversations with lawmakers as well, and if nothing else, they represented Jordan, I thought, very well up there, as they always do. So it's good stuff. Well, to begin this rodeo, I thought we'd talk about a rodeo bill. High school rodeo in particular. I like to highlight a few bills that maybe just out of the ordinary a little bit. SB 237 is a bill that codifies or puts into law what a valid excuse means. And right now in the law, a valid excuse is an illness, whether mental or physical. It can be a valid excuse can be for a family death, a school-approved activity, and absence permitted by a school's or a student's IEP or 504. SB 237 would add one more valid excuse to that list of pretty important reasons to miss school, and that would be for a high school rodeo participation. So it would actually codify that. I do believe it's on the fast track to pass. So one unique aspect of Utah's valid excuse law is that, among others, including a family death, participation in a high school rodeo. So
I believe you got through that without a single pun.
Well, it does buck the system a little bit. But
Look, this is not his first rodeo. He is.
I stand corrected.
And there we go.
Yeah.
Sorry, couldn't help myself. Next bill, which just an update on the collective bargaining bill. We've talked about HB 267 in the past. This bill was passed by both the House and the Senate and was signed last week by the governor. The last time we met, that was not quite passed and certainly not signed. So that bill is now law. And of course, that's the bill that prohibits collective bargaining among public employee groups.
Mike,
Yes.
can you give us just a quick overview of how that affects us, maybe
That-
as a board and as a district?
Yeah, maybe a couple of good clarifications along with HB 267. It does prohibit collective bargaining, but it does not prohibit employees from being a member of a public employee association, such as the Utah Educators Association. It doesn't prohibit that. It doesn't take away benefits or anything like that. This would just, and it doesn't prohibit school boards from still entering into conversations and meeting with them. It just, formal collective bargaining agreements are no longer allowed under this law. Are there any other questions or anything does that help answer?
Well, generally, I've been on the board for 2 years and I've gone through 2 cycles, and I haven't ever personally participated in a collective bargaining or a negotiation type of a meeting. Those happen in the springtime, where we talk with the Jordan Education Association about funds that we've received and how they would like to see them, and just changes in salaries and insurance. And are you saying we're not going to have those meetings anymore, or staff isn't going to have those meetings anymore?
This bill does not prohibit meeting with associations or other employee groups. What it does prohibit is the actual formal collective bargaining where they must have a seat at the table in order to negotiate. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say one other common misnomer with this bill is that there was some concern that if you were part of an employee association, such as the UEA or JEA, that you could not participate in URS. That is not the case. Employees that are part of those associations may still participate in the Utah retirement system. It would be the executive officers of those organizations who are not public employees that cannot participate in URS, if that makes sense. So,
We have actually gone through a formal ratification process with JEA every year. So they put the proposal out to their members for a vote that then comes back, and they let us know that it was ratified or not ratified. And so there's a formal process beyond the negotiation. Once we get to the tentative negotiated agreement, then that has been sent out through that ratification process, and that process would be eliminated.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Doesn't mean we can't seek their feedback and get their input. It just means there's no dual approval.
yeah.
And that takes place when? When does that start?
The bill, it takes effect on May 7th of this year.
We have collective bargaining done usually before that point, so.
So for this year, business as usual?
It would depend on when.
May 7th is when anything that's agreed to by May 7th goes into effect. So there's the regular negotiation process can continue through May 7th.
Great clarifications. Thank you. We have a slew of economic bills that would impact us fiscally. We've talked about a couple of these before, but we do have some updates. Let's start with SB 37. Might as well go in numeric order, even though it's not up there as there. SB 37, it basically moves the locally raised property tax dollars from the education fund to the state's general fund, where it can be spent on virtually anything at that point, not just education. To put it plainly, this is basically what lawmakers were attempting to accomplish when they proposed Amendment A. This gives them the same type of flexibility. And so on your tax notice, for anyone watching, listening on YouTube, right now it says Utah basic school tax rate in Salt Lake County. Other counties, it actually lists the school district and then gives the tax rate, but it is a tax imposed, mandated by the legislature, and is a tax imposed on property. This would change the distribution to school districts from the property tax, which is garnered once a year, to a monthly installment out of the income tax. There are some concerns with that because not only the notice, making it sound like it's going to schools when this gives the flexibility to divert at other places, but also moving it from a very stable, our most stable, it can be argued that this is the most stable tax fund, the property tax, to probably our least stable, our most volatile tax source, which is income tax. If you lose your job, you're paying zero income tax, whereas property tax still applies. So, oops, I don't know what happened there. So yeah, that's SB 37. We've voiced concerns with that. School Boards Association has put out calls to action on that bill. SB 102 is
That we can no longer do truth in taxation to raise the property.
no. This is This is the state basic levy. It does not affect local boards' abilities to raise property taxes through truth in taxation at all. This is just this is levied throughout the entire state, and then there are other levies that the board can either decide on themselves or ask the voters to weigh in on. And we can actually, there's a bill that pertains to both of those coming up as well. Anything else, John, you would add?
Loss here is new growth. We would lose all of the property taxes for new construction, which currently we're receiving. Technically, other than that, it should be a pass-through. We should get the same amount. But the loss here is we lose all new growth. And in a district that's growing, that's a big loss.
I want to clarify, this bill really just changes the buckets that the property taxes flow into. It's the same mechanism. We should receive the same distributions. It's just it's coming out, and instead of coming into the education bucket, this SB 37 makes it going into a general fund. We, though, however, get a monthly distribution out of the income tax fund. And the mechanisms, the formulas for funding are still the same. So you should not see in theory, you should not see anything changed out of how we get funded. The fear is, of course, the bucket from which it's coming now is less stable, more volatile, but the mechanism and the formulas are still the same. Did I say that right, John? Yeah. Please.
So the one of the changes it does make is that we used to receive property tax funds as property taxes were paid through the county treasurer. That's no longer the case with this bill. Instead, property taxes will go to the county treasurer, which will then go to the state. The state will then wait 35 days to send us money. So there is a loss of interest earnings there. And on property tax, that can be substantial.
Yeah.
But it opens the door, and I'm just going to use I can't even think of the word anymore, but I'm going to give you an analogy or an example here to illustrate the point. If they wanted to double the basic levy, because the legislature sets the basic levy and they mandate you must pass it as a school board. You must pass it. And so if the legislature doubles it, you have to pass it. And that money now goes to the general fund where they can use it for anything they want. And yet for the public, they're thinking, what did that school board do? That's the piece that's a little non-transparent to me. I kind of wish it were relabeled state social services levy or something a little more transparent if that's what they want to do. But
we have approached the sponsor of the bill about that concern. That's a lack of transparency based on that parable from the book of John there. It was SB 37 really is problematic about transparency. It's still going to say Utah school basic tax rate, and we would much rather say something different because that's the most, I guess, honest way to approach it, because there's still going to be money given to schools. It's just not through this mechanism.
So as I spoke to several legislators about this, it just seemed like an understanding among them that this is a way of getting the flexibility that they did not get when their amendments didn't pass.
Yeah, I'm
just going to say it directly, that they understand that, they're comfortable with that. This was their response.
That is a correct summary.
Ask what the status of this bill is? Like, has it been heard in committee
Passed.
and passed the Senate?
It's done.
It's
It has not been
completely done.
signed, I don't think, as of yet, but
Okay,
it's been
so it's
signed.
been
Yeah,
through all the
passed both
houses.
houses. Yeah,
Okay.
and with pretty broad support.
We're regardless of the call to action.
SB 102 is one that initially was very concerning to us because it designated certain programs for review and would roll them into what we call the flexible allocation, which historically has been very unreliable in terms of long-term funding sources, because things that have been rolled up into the flexible allocation, while it's nice to have that flexibility, have then been taken out in subsequent years. And so that was a concern to us. The review of each program, is also set to take place. And then the most concerning part of the bill was a repeal of a section in the law that pertained to professional staff weighted pupil units, which for us is about $20.5 million. And this is money that goes directly to teacher salaries to reward them and compensate them for education beyond and training beyond their initial degree. And so that beyond a bachelor's degree, I should say. This law, SB 102, still maintains the review of the programs that we've described in the past, such as concurrent enrollment and TSSP and digital teaching and learning and so forth, but it does no longer include that section for professional staff. It's taken that repeal portion out. That seems like good news until, sorry to be the bearer of bad news, you realize that they've just shifted it out of SB 102 and made it a committee recommendation to go to executive appropriations. So basically they just said, well, rather than running it in a bill, we're going to, the recommendation now is from public ed appropriations to executive appropriations. So where they're still proposing the elimination, there's no bill attached to it as of yet. It's just a recommendation to repeal that, and it does the same thing, just not in this bill. So it's a long way of saying SB 102 is no longer as of great of concern to us, but the concern still exists because it's been a committee recommendation to eliminate it, if that makes sense. I think the other bill, SB 321, this one, John, do you want to speak to just the highlights of 321 and what it does with the voted and board leeway? This gives us, or is that, it's SB 110, is it 31?
No, 321 is the... Yeah, SB 321 takes the guarantee rates, the minimums the school boards must levy in order to get the minimum state funding. There's a piece of that currently that is the voted levy and a piece that is the board levy, and it combines those to make one combined minimum. The benefit there is that if one goes low, it could be made up from the other one just fine. It also takes the 5-year look back provision that was in statute and changes it to 1 year. So with a 1-year look back, that would necessitate, if you will, boards to remediate their tax levy, raise taxes within the year, because that's all you would have now. It used to be 5 years that a school board could look at raising that levy, and it would say, no, now you have to do it within 1 year to meet the state required minimums to receive state funding. This state funding, by the way, is the one that we talk about. You may have heard the phrase equity pupil unit. This is the equity funding, so that poor school districts, of which Jordan School District is one, can have somewhat similar funding or more funding to raise them up in comparison with the wealthier school districts that have more property tax base per student. That's why this is an important piece. As it applies to the board, though, what the main difference here would be that if we were ever to have our tax rate fall, you'd have to raise it that next year.
I think it's safe to say that out of the 4 bills I've got listed up there pertaining to school finance, this one is the brightest spot in the constellation of those bills.
Yeah,
Fair to say.
This one's not. It's not all bad. It's not all good, but it's.
It does that. We do stand to benefit for that because of
Yeah.
our equalization status and low tax yield, high student growth. So That takes us to HB 110, which is of a concern as well, because this one would freeze the growth that is associated with the TSSA funding. The TSSA funding remains, to be clear, it will still get distributions for the Teacher and Student Success Act, but it's no longer tied to a growth mechanism to increase it each year, which is of a concern. So that's potential growth money that we will no longer receive if this bill were to pass. It's do you have the status on that? I can't pull it up because I'm casting from it. I have it.
It has passed the House and is on to the Senate right now.
Yeah, it was 58-10 in the House. So, yeah. Okay. Any other questions on the school finance bills? There are several. These are the four ones, the four bills that we've been monitoring. School fees, I gave an update on this last time. This is it's on to the Senate now. School fees, of course, with this bill, it does give a new definition for extracurricular activities. Students must have at least one fee-free option for a graduation pathway. At each of the high schools, that would be beginning next school year, not this fall, but next year we would have to have that option in place for students. And there are no fees for those core curricular classes, as well as textbooks, other common educational expenses, supplies, etc. But you may charge fees for certain courses related to programs such as field trips, musical instrument rentals. You can charge for post-high school classes such as AP, International Baccalaureate, and concurrent enrollment classes. You can charge fees for extracurricular activities, and you can charge fees for driver ed. Whereas before, if you remember, the previous fee bill prohibited us from doing that. We were looking at a major deficit. So that definitely helps offset the deficit, but to be clear, there are no more core curricular or registration fees allowed, and so that does leave us with a gap there to make up with this bill.
Question about that. School
Sure.
lunch is a fee, it seems to me. And there was a bill, at least talk about a bill expanding.
Mm-hmm. There were a couple of bills. Senator Escamilla had a bill that would allow every student to receive free lunch. The fiscal note on that, as you can imagine, was fairly high, and that received no traction whatsoever. HB 100 is a bill from Representative Clancy that also addresses school lunch, but HB 100 only pertains to those students who are already receiving a reduced rate. The free and reduced lunch, we call it free and reduced because there's two tiers there. Free lunch, and then there's reduced lunch, depending on where you fall on the income eligibility scale. So Representative Clancy's would take everybody on that reduced formula and make them free. So right now, those reduced lunches, I believe, Scott, you can maybe weigh in, I think it's 40 cents for our reduced lunch price, 40 cents per student. It would take that 40 cents and the state would subsidize it. So it is not universal free lunch. It would only take those that are on reduced lunch and make them free. And it's a significantly smaller fiscal note because we're only dealing with that sector of students on the reduced. Does that make sense?
40,000 students, right?
Statewide, yeah. And at 40 cents per pop, so it's a lower note than, whereas Senator Escamilla's would have allowed free lunch for every student in the state.
That getting traction?
It is, yeah. I'm not sure the current status on it. I could look at it, but it's been a popular bill. I think they sent it back for some tweaking, but I think it's on track to, it's promising in terms of its passage.
Would that then eliminate reduced lunch, or would they up that and kind of allow?
Yeah, it wouldn't eliminate reduced lunch because free and reduced lunch is a federally subsidized program. It would just, what it does is it infuses, the state would then step in and supplement the 40 cents and take it to free for the students. So for all intents and purposes, for students' sake, it does reduce or does eliminate the reduced lunch, but it's still federal program, and so there is that separation. Does that help? Does that make sense?
I was just curious if they would then allow the students who didn't quite qualify for reduced
Oh.
lunch to then qualify for a reduced
Yeah.
lunch.
This bill doesn't address that. It just uses the qualifiers for the federal programs to everybody that if you qualify for a reduced lunch in the federal program, it becomes free because the state subsidizes the rest. Yeah, great questions. That's an important clarification. There's been a lot of confusion about that bill. So. Okay, so yeah, school fees. That's the update there. HB 77 pertains to school or flags that can be flown in the classroom. This bill allows government entities and public schools to fly only certain flags. Okay, and some clarifications have been made. You can still wear flags that are lapel pins of any kind. It's just the actual flags as described in the bill that can be flown in the classroom. And the United States flag, the Utah state flag, flags of other countries, states, political subdivisions. There's military flags and POW MIA flags, college and university flags. There's a list of what you can fly in terms of flags. It does not pertain to posters or other banners or other things like that. It's just the flag itself.
So is it only in the classroom or is it in the school building? Does it?
It's flags on government property. So it's government entities and public school employees are prohibited from flying any flags except for the ones that I just described.
So I was curious about something like a Gay Straight Alliance or a student club that would maybe use a flag to advertise or as a part of their club meetings. Are they exempted because it's student run or does it go that detailed?
The bill only pertains to, it's a great clarification. The bill pertains to public employees. I think it does address the rights of students to do certain things as long as it's within the school policies and is not a disruption to the school environment. So
And
important
a club
differentiation there.
advisor would not be held accountable for that either?
Club advisors are still public employees, and so they would be subject to that. So that's probably a legal question we would want to explore if the situations came up. I do want to stress that it is only for flags displayed in classrooms by public employees, not for students.
Yeah, and flags are defined as a usually rectangular piece of fabric with a specific design that symbolizes a location, government entity, or cause. And so it seems like even some of these in the picture might not be considered flags in this bill because they look like they're made out of paper. So I think this is about something made out of fabric.
I'll let the attorneys decide what's fabric versus
'cause it
paper.
says, and then, yeah. I also think it's interesting that there's a $500 a day fine imposed on any entity that does not remove a flag after they've
Yeah.
been asked to.
By the state of interest to me is by the state auditor, which is a misunderstanding of the role of the state auditor's office, I believe.
The auditor's office. Sorry.
Yeah.
And there's also indemnification in this bill,
There
if
is.
I'm correct. So when we say you're indemnified, that is if we go out and remove the flag as an LEA and that teacher wants to sue us, we would be indemnified.
Correct.
And it only goes that direction.
Correct. Yeah, the indemnification covers the political subdivision or the political entity, I should say.
And honestly, I'm not trying to tell people, oh, you can get past this law by doing a paper flag or whatever, but it does say in the law fabric. So that's all I'm saying.
Fabric is different than cloth. I mean, I guess it's how you define the word fabric.
Yeah.
Well, like when I go to a fabric store,
Well, I understand
not
that
buying
that's one
paper.
definition, but I could also say the fabric is,
the fabric of our lives.
sure, that's not cloth.
Many of these bills are going to ensure a lot of job security for those that end up defining what is and what is not part of the language. HB 40 is the school security bill. this now has, the update here is it now has a $100 million one-time money attached to the fiscal note. $100 million stretched across the state, of course, will not come close to meeting the requirements for those things outlined in last year's HB 84. But, it's not an insignificant sum either, especially in a year where there's not a lot of, they're, claiming not a lot of money to go around. So.
A question about fiscal notes. So if a bill passes with a fiscal note, and then after the passage of that bill, executive appropriations chooses not to fund it, what happens to the fiscal note?
The fiscal note becomes a moot point. It becomes irrelevant. And depending on the wording of the bill, my understanding is the bill can still be in effect. The requirement can still be there. But if it doesn't get funded, it in essence could become, depending, again, on the language and how it's written, it could become an unfunded mandate.
We know the recommendation on this fiscal note from Public Ed Appropriations?
It has a positive recommendation, meaning they are recommending. So yeah, good question. So yeah, that's school security. There are also some changes made to what they're calling window film. The specs on that have changed. I don't even want to look over in that corner because those gentlemen, they're probably just shaking their heads at every change with this. But there is language that goes from window film to now it's window glazing, and if and when that passes, we need to come back and have them find, or is it window fabric? I can't remember.
Not the glazing that the kids talk about. It's just...
Right. And this is a bill that is particular interest to the board. There was a pretty decent debate this morning on the House floor. There was a call of the House because it was like 34 to 33, and someone that would have voted against it wasn't there. That would have tied it. They called the House, and it ended up passing narrowly. This bill is a referendum bill. You might have recalled from last year's discussion, if you were following, there were a couple of referendum bills out there. HB 408 is Representative Shipp, and this would allow school boards to be subject to referendum. And the changes to this year's version are that if a school board passes a tax increase, or any decision for that matter, on what to name a school, for example, it can be subject to referendum if the vote of the school board is not a supermajority, meaning for a 7-member board such as us, you would need 5 members voting or fewer than 5 members voting. Really, it just means if you don't have a 4 vote, because if 3 members vote, then it's probably going down 3 to 4. But if you have a 4 to 3 in favor of that bill, or that decision would be subject to referendum. And does that make sense? So a supermajority makes it referendum proof. And this is concerning for many reasons, not the least of which is if we need to pass a tax increase, for example, in August for truth in taxation, and it gets held up. Yep, there's a window there that they can do that. What do we do in the meantime if we need to levy that tax, but it's also being subject to referendum and signatures in the process? That remains unanswered, in my opinion, in this bill. So that's of a concern. In addition, another concern is just the constitutionality of it, quite frankly. The Constitution has carved out school districts and school boards in the past for reasons we've articulated, and there's a reason, because we also have under Article 10 of the Constitution a mandate for a free and appropriate public education. We therefore have a mandate to fund it, and I believe the originalist in me would say that was the intent of the writers of the Utah State Constitution, because they know we had a mandate to do such. So that's a concern, quite frankly. And this bill, this bill is, like I said, it passed the House. I think it's going to be in trouble in the Senate. Historically, the Senate is more averse to referendum type bills, and this, John.
Earlier tonight, I talked about a change to the minimums that you have to levy, that the school board must levy. Well, that's kind of problematic when you have things subject to referendum. It's kind of so in other words, we're trying to do what the state mandated us to do. It goes to referendum, and then if it doesn't pass there, we lose state funding because the state mandated that we have a tax rate that is not maintained. therefore you dig yourself into a further hole. I believe that's one of the reasons school districts have been exempted, is because you have this circular argument of, well, you have to have this minimum. Other government entities do not have such a minimum to receive funding. So that's the problem I'm seeing with it, is how do you maintain the state mandated minimum to receive your state funding if it's subject to a referendum?
Which was our problem in a prior truth and taxation process. And a referendum wanted to take place, but we were below the thresholds, correct?
Right. And speaking of the threshold, if 10% of the active voters in the school district were to sign a petition, that's where it becomes an active referendum. So pretty high bar.
10% of all voters, or all?
It says 10% of active voters if the district has more than 25,000 active voters. And because we send flyers and such out to over 100,000 rooftops, I would imagine we fall in that category. So 10%. Again, high thresholds.
What's the
very
supermajority
narrow.
on a board of 7? Because our
Five.
So
Yeah.
if we had 5,
Correct.
because our truth and taxation went 6-1, I think, and so
That would have been
2 times ago, but this last time it wouldn't have passed.
this last time was a 5-2, right?
4-3.
I thought it was
4-3, you're right.
4-3.
4-3.
So-
Well, it still would have passed. They would have had to then go get signatures.
It wouldn't have been referendum proof.
yes.
Okay.
That's correct. So
But if we had a 5-2, it would be.
correct.
So if one of us, okay.
Okay. Yeah, that again, I think the prognosis on this one is murky. Narrowly passed the House, and historically the Senate. This is where these bills died last year, is in the Senate. Okay. We could talk for hours about just the education bills out there. They are legion, but our time is short, so that's a wrap unless you have further questions.
Well, I think it might be interesting to talk about HB 552. Just, it's super short to read, and it just, the part that it changes, it says, a local building authority may not construct, acquire, improve, extend, or finance a project on behalf of the creating local entity, county, city, town, or school district if the project or any portion of the project or substantially similar project was rejected by the voters of the creating local entity. So that looks like if we try to pass a bond and it fails, then we cannot do like a
You couldn't do a lease revenue bond. Yeah,
and
that's-
that happened to a neighboring school
did.
district just recently, and they were in a bad situation to build schools.
Correct. Yeah, this surfaced last year. Same idea, and fortunately, and where it's numbered, as a general rule, bills in the 500s come out late, and they're oftentimes message bills, or at least they're the beginning of a seed of thought or germination, and they rarely make it out that high because they come out so late. They don't have time for the process and so forth. Not saying they can't at all, but that's the major problem with that bill is that, yeah, you go out for a bond, you want to build a building, you're in the process of it, but it doesn't pass, and you don't have any other recourse, even at least revenue bond.
And so it's a message bill, and so there's a message that someone's trying to send local governing boards, I guess.
I believe the Jordan School District Board of Education has done a phenomenal job of balancing when to do a GO bond, because there are times to do it that saves the taxpayers gobs of money, and when not to do one, when it will save taxpayers gobs of money. And there's times and situations to do either one. There's two different tools available. This bill, should it pass, is really tying the two, which would really kind of tie your hands to not want to do a GO bond, which is unfortunate because there are times you'd want to do it to save that money. The other thing is that when a GO bond election happens, the language is not do you authorize the school board to construct these facilities? It is, do you authorize the school board to issue bonds that are general in nature, having all of your school district assets as collateral on those bonds? That's why it goes to the public, is because it is a general obligation bond to say all of the assets of the district are going to be collateral here. Are you willing to allow the board to do this? Whereas a lease revenue bond is very unique for collateral on one building. So a misunderstanding that I see that's happening with this bill is people are not understanding that a geo bond is not, do I want that construction project to happen? It's not even the way it's phrased on the language. It's now, of course, we tell people, well, why do you want a bond? Well, of course you want to tell people. That's part of the reason to do it. But the question put before the voters is not, do we like that project or do we not like that project?
Thank you, John. And I think also this is the intent. I think the messaging intent here is also, if you go out to the voters and they tell you no, we don't want you going back and doing an end run around them passing a lease revenue bond, which is what they say. I'm not characterizing that's what we do or any school board, but that is the message that's intended to be conveyed here, is that the voters say no and that's the end of it. You don't have another option.
So this would require us to change our messaging in a bond campaign, or we would be held to the wording in the bond itself?
Well, I think should this pass, the board would have to have a conversation about whether or not it's it may be wise just to do a lease revenue bond, which is unfortunate.
Taxpayers.
Exactly. That's not the intent. There are times and situations you can save money with different routes, different levers, tools, and it would really remove a significant tool from the toolbox.
And I think this discussion also illustrates just how in tune the fact that Ms. Dean brought this up. This bill was just released today, like literally it came out today. It's still in rules. It may not see the light of day, but the fact that it's been numbered and it's out there, it's a testament to how involved the school board is, not only in this boardroom but up on the Hill. So thank you, and it's good to keep track of bills such as this. Any other thoughts? Questions on other bills?
Thank you. I just can't extend enough thanks to Dr. Anderson and the hard work that he does during the session. He takes an already very heavy job and adds to it a lot. So we appreciate your hard work, and thank you, Ms. Wood, for heading up our government relations and for the work that you've also put in. I just want to add in, we've had a couple of opportunities since our last meeting to be on the Hill, and Ms. Wood talked a little bit about the one last week. The week before, we held a board opportunity, and we're able to have lunches for legislators if they were able to stop in. It was a busy hour of people popping in before caucus, and they noticed us. Several people during that day said, "Hey, where's the rest of your board? We were looking forward to seeing them." So I don't think that our efforts go unnoticed. These legislators are taking the time to come out and see us, and we really appreciate the amount of time that it takes for those who are able to go and participate in those meetings. All right, let's move on to agenda item B, summer 2025 project review and proposed timeline with Mr. Barnett, Mr. Dunford, Mr. Scott Thomas, and Mr. Dave Rostrom.
Thank you, Ms. George. If Scott and Ian and Dave want to come up. We wanted to talk about summer projects. for 2025. Back in August, I believe, the Finance Committee came to the board and presented a recommendation of allocating $10.5 million for summer projects in this coming summer. And fortunately, we came in really close, just slightly over that. I think at 10.86, somewhere in there. And that was primarily due to the fact that there were 2 projects that have been postponed. And so it looks like that worked out well for us. We don't have to do, hopefully, too much decision making or debates upon which ones we're going to keep and which ones we're not going to keep. I wanted to highlight the 2 that were postponed, and I'll have Scott maybe at some point discuss why they were postponed. But there was the Kari Sue Hamilton project, and that was the one where we were going to provide we were going to renovate some of the interior.
Correct.
Right? Yeah. And there were some reasons behind postponing that. And the second one, remind me what the second one, it was the dome fabric
transportation
roof. Yeah. And that one was postponed. I think primarily because we weren't able to get in touch with the one company that can help us out on this
Correct.
one. We're kind of limited on who we can deal with, and we had some struggles getting a hold of them. But let me bring up the spreadsheet. Can we display are we not able to display that spreadsheet in this meeting? Is that not something we can
You
display
have it,
at this
John.
point?
Want me to bring it up?
Sure.
Or do we just want to all look at it on our devices? That's fine if that's the best approach, John.
It's just not realizing we wanted it up.
If you look at the column titled Total Estimated Project Cost, last Thursday, I believe we got our final bid come in. Is that right,
Correct.
Scott? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So these are hot off the press numbers. We had several. All these projects were put out to bid, and we finally got our final contracted bids come back in. And if you look at the bottom of that total estimated project cost column in the middle, it's 10.86 million. So it's close to the 10.5 that we wanted, or that we had allocated for summer projects. And then you'll notice at the bottom, those 2 that were postponed. There is a small cost still on the Kari Sue that we'll have to pay. I think that was mainly architectural.
Correct. That's the design. So I think it's an 80% design. Is that correct, Dave? Yeah. So we'll still have to pay that. And then in the event that we do that another year, maybe perhaps next summer, we'll have already paid for that portion.
Yeah. Perfect. Are there any, I think some of us have spoken with Scott or his staff individually, but are there any questions that, or Scott, is there any clarification that you want to make on any of these projects?
If there's specific questions, I know our write-ups and justifications used to be a lot longer, and then we were asked at one point to really try to shorten those and summarize them a little bit. So we hope, of course, our summaries don't include every detail, but we hope that they're comprehensive enough where you kind of get the basic idea behind it. Always happy to answer more questions. If there's questions about the 2 specific projects and kind of what we've encountered there, we're happy to answer them, or any of these columns. We just try to be very transparent, and you'll see the original estimated cost. That's something we brought back in August, and then the board gives authorization to move forward with some basic design, and we start working with the architects to come back in November, which is the revised estimated cost, and then when you go all the way back to the left here, the contractor bid that comes in, the fees for the total estimated project. So everything you've seen is on one sheet, and we just hope that's not too confusing because it's a lot.
It's actually, I think Scott mentioned to me the other day, it's really interesting how much closer we're getting almost every year.
Yeah.
These guys know what they're doing, I
Oh,
guess.
These guys
Yeah.
know what they're
So Bingham track replacement was an alternate that I don't see here. Did that get dropped as well?
It did when we brought back the revised estimates in November, when it come back at the, close to 13 million. The board chose to drop the track at that point.
And we talked about taking the weight room and restrooms out at South Jordan Middle, and that would drop the price. Is that not an alternate? We're gonna go with the weight room and the restrooms?
It is an alternate on there, so there's a couple of alternates on South Jordan Middle on the write-up or on the summary from purchasing. So you can, the base bid was everything kind of on the kitchen side of the hallway, and then there's an alternate for the other side, which would be on the gym and cafeteria side, and that's where the restrooms would be located. And so that's alternate B. And then we also, as part of this, South Jordan Middle was on the list for some seismic studies that we did previously. And so alternate 3 on that is to address the seismic portion. We wanted to separate that out, and those funds would come out of some district-wide funds that were allocated this summer for seismic mitigation. So there's a couple of options on South Jordan Middle.
See it now. Sorry, I didn't see it first,
Oh,
but
it's
I see it
okay.
now. Thank you.
I still don't see it.
It's in the write-up, not
Yeah.
on this
Oh.
Yeah,
document.
right. There was also the Bingham High School additional parking on the southwest corner. So that was that corner piece that's also an alternate. So as always, and it's great the way the board structures this so that you have some flexibility in approving or not approving to stay within the budget you've asked for.
I'll point out that these are on our agenda for the business meeting. So ask all of your questions.
How much money do we have set aside for summer projects?
We budgeted 10.5 million.
So we can't do all of these projects then because
We can
the
do whatever
estimated.
we want.
Some of this, like on this one, you'll see, for example, that we allocated a specific fund for seismic updates. We also allocated a specific fund for improving stadium sound and lighting. So some of the things that are going to pop up on the bids tonight wouldn't come from that 10.5, if that makes any sense at all.
But I, for one, am not gonna lose any sleep by going 300,000 over. We've gone considerably over in the past.
Like this is a little less than we usually go.
Yeah. So to start off with a recommended budget of 10.5 and a final cost of 10.8, I feel very good about that.
Going over our budget wouldn't go over our balance.
Thank you.
I was just looking at John to see. what
John
his
doesn't like
thoughts
me
were
to
on
say
this.
that,
Yeah.
but that's the accurate.
And do what we want, but are we going to be in trouble
What are the
No.
consequences of?
going over?
But just
You have less. than-
We have less
you just
money
have
to
less
do
money
with
for
other
something
things.
else. Yeah, but
For next
but
year.
everything that's been said is accurate. If you were to approve all of these, including
Bingham alternate.
the alternates, the higher alternates, you'll be okay. I mean, I don't want you to feel like we're giving up, we won't be able to build I don't know what. You have money set aside in your capital projects fund to do things just like this, and going 300,000 on this size of a project and breadth of a projects is just fine.
Why did we go lower this year? Because we're at 13 to 15. There
Because we allocated those seismic funds and gave
Oh.
gave them a little bit more money to handle certain things that kept coming back again and again and again.
Okay.
So we decreased our summer projects funds and increased ongoing money.
Ongoing problem. Okay. That makes sense.
And we're going to thank you every chance we get. Thanks. That's very nice.
Well, it's a benefit to us because it slows down the process to come to the board and have it be a summer project when you could just take care of it as it comes up.
Our capital projects fund has a balance. There's a
healthy balance.
there's a range that we don't want to dip below, and so if we go 300,000 over here, we have plenty of buffer in there built in to that fund already. Is that right, John?
Yes.
Yeah.
In fact, your healthiest fund balance is your capital projects fund balance. It's in excellent shape. It's well above your target fund balance. There was funds there, if you remember, a year and a half ago, the board was considering building a school and opted not
cash.
to. And so there's funds saved there through other decisions made. So you have cash available here.
And when Finance Committee makes a recommendation, we never assume, oh, you can't go a penny over this. It's just like, it would be best if we stayed relatively in this range. This is relatively in that range.
Can you also speak to, John, that target fund balance? That's a percentage kind of set by audit standards or by the state, or how does that work? Because sometimes people think, oh, why do you have all that money sitting there, kind of a thing, you know?
Yeah, I've heard that recently.
Yeah. maybe just explain what that fund balance, why we have it, if it's mandated or not by state law or by audit practices, or.
Yeah, thank you. If I go too long, though, someone's got to say,
Yeah,
okay.
just make it short and sweet.
Okay, so
Get your hand on the
there are-
switch, someone.
Within government entities, governments are set up with funds, and the funds are set up specifically for different restricted buckets of monies. The general fund is for the general operations of the district, and the target fund balance on that one is a percentage of operations. The capital projects fund is funds restricted and set aside for capital issues, capital building, facility type issues, land. You cannot use those funds to, say, give a raise. The target on that one is a set dollar amount, not a percentage, because the nature of this fund is one-time monies used for one-time purposes, ongoing in that way. So each of these funds has a balance set aside for its unique purpose. Within each fund, there's also programs and other things set aside for unique purposes. And I'm just going to go to a very small example, but clear down to a donation that somebody says, well, I want Mrs. Jones' class to have $50 for their year-end party. And they donate that money. We set that money aside for Mrs. Jones' class, and we've got many thousands of those type of buckets. Just small ones. The funds are the bigger buckets where we have 8 of those. Now I can go more, but is that
That's good.
that
Thank
good?
you.
Okay.
And we decided as a finance committee this last year, we decided that as a recommendation, we should always have enough cash on hand in our capital budget to build an elementary school. If we absolutely had to. So that's our target. But obviously, we're sitting pretty, and we're not going to have to build an emergency elementary school. But we could.
And I'll just add that that was a recommendation of finance, but it was also adopted by the board.
The finance committee could have come back and said, we're going to recommend $30 million for summer projects. And if that had been approved, it most likely would have taken us our target balance a little lower than we felt comfortable. And so we came to that 10.5 million. We're good with this. And yeah.
I may have to step out of the meeting for personal reasons, but I don't know if I'll be back. I think I'll be back in time for the bids. I plan on being back, but just I want my voice to be heard. I would recommend that we approve all of the projects and their alternates. I think they're well within our range, and so that would be my recommendation, just in case I'm not back in time.
So option 3 for South Jordan.
Yes, option 3, since that option 3 is coming out of seismic funds.
Right.
Yep.
Anything else, Scott, Dave, Ian, you want to share with us on the process? I mean, it might help a couple of the new board members if there's anything specifically that you think might be of interest to them.
Are there questions about the process? I mean, we've had so much support from the board and the different committees over the years to kind of refine this process. But Ms. Barrow, you'll be on the the facilities committee this year, so you'll be able to kind of go through, like we discussed yesterday. You'll be able to see the whole entire process now, and we're actually in the middle of our assessment for summer of 26. We haven't even got to summer of 25, so we're very far ahead of the process, and we'll just continue with that. Were there any questions specifically about the transportation or Kari Sue that weren't addressed in the write-ups, and maybe the rationale behind that?
I have a question with the Bingham alternate.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any designs of what that will look like? It's
We
just
do.
such an ugly corner, but I can see it before. I drove by it on the way here, and I'm like, that is the ugliest corner in all of our schools. I do. Go look at it again. It's just a lot of wasted space, and like the signs way back.
And this is okay.
I don't think it looks horrible.
Do other school districts have do summer projects like us, or are we unique? Or?
No, I would imagine they do. I'm sure most do. That's the only time they have really to jump into the bigger projects like this. But it'd be interesting. That's a good question. We haven't really ever studied their process, but this has just been refined so well over the years that this kind of works out for us.
Can I ask about the South Jordan Middle alternate, the seismic upgrades? There isn't necessarily a bid tonight on that specifically. Was it lumped in with something else? Did I miss something, or?
Look at the attachment on the bids. It outlines all 3 options.
On the South Jordan?
Included that as an alternate during the bid process, so the low bid for the renovations for South Jordan Middle includes the seismic mitigation.
So option 3 is the seismic, right?
Correct.
So option 1, yeah. Yeah. So if you go to the business meeting
I see.
and then look under the bids and find agenda item I,
The business meeting.
Bryce just explained it to me too, so. But bear in mind that the seismic upgrades are a separate pot. We've kind of set aside funds that are specific to seismic upgrade recommendations that we've received. So that's not part of your 10.5 or 10.8 something now, if that makes any sense. And the same is true of the stadium upgrades for West Jordan and Copper Hills. That's kind of coming from a separate pot because we allocated money specific to that project. Clear as mud. That was one of those, we keep seeing these same problems coming up. Let's just put money towards it so that you can address them in the way and the time that is most fiscally beneficial for the district. Did I say that right? Scott,
Correct.
please correct me.
And there's a really good chance, as we continue with our assessment, that the 2 at the bottom, transportation and Kari Sue, will more than likely end up on the assessment for this next coming year. And then the board will have an opportunity again to examine those and look at them.
So I know this isn't specific to summer projects, but maybe it's easier to ask the question now. So agenda item K, the transportation services, we're still saying we're going to transport our own students with disabilities. This is just like if there's
Yeah.
like one student who needs
Correct.
Like
There-
we would have to send an entire bus for one kiddo
Correct.
or
So,
something.
so Paul explained it really well yesterday. There's about 7 instances in the district right now, where we have students that are on the far reaches of the district. For example, a student that lives in Bluffdale, a special ed student that lives in Bluffdale that needs to be transported to West Jordan. They're those onesie twosies that it's just more efficient to send this third-party transportation service to pick those students up and transport them than it is to send an entire bus to do that. And I think we started with 12 and we're down to and it just fluctuates year by year. So it seemed to be a little more efficient to do that. Yeah.
Let me know if this is a question better asked elsewhere.
Okay.
But I am curious how we determine which bid we want to accept. My concern is if we always go for the lowest bid, there may be surprise
Yeah.
expenses on the other end.
Correct.
So what factors are we considering when we say, here's the bid we want, besides just money? Because I'm looking at the South Jordan Middle one, for example. I see there's one that's quite a bit higher.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Your thoughts, your experience
I'm
on
going to
that.
let Dave, can I defer that to Dave and Ian to kind of talk about a little bit about the RFP process and the pre-qualification process that I think is very important to understand. And a lot of that includes our past history in working with these groups.
Great.
But,
Thank you.
but I'll let Dave dive into that. That's a great question.
On all of the summer projects other than South Jordan Middle, we open it up to all of the contractors because they're fairly small projects. South Jordan Middle, we did some pre-qualification. So we put out an SOQ, which is a statement of qualifications from general contractors. They kind of bring in their portfolio of what projects they've done, like projects. We look at their financing. We look at their bonding ability. And so we'll take that, and for example, we probably had, we have 8 or 9 contractors that put in for that. Approximately, I can't remember the exact number. We didn't choose all 8 or 9 of them. There were some small companies that we didn't feel like, and they didn't have the bonding ability to do the job. So we narrowed that down to 5. So we felt confident that all 5 of those contractors have the ability to do
So you vetted all of the bids, and these are just the ones that,
on South Jordan Middle. On the rest of them, we opened it up to any contractor. So we have some new contractors this year that we're working with that has not worked for Jordan School District in the past. But same way there, we'll kind of confirm the numbers with them. They're required to get a bid bond and a performance bond, so that if for some reason they can't perform or they went bankrupt during the process, we can go against their bond and get the money to hire another contractor to do the work. So we have a couple little safety nets there in there.
And after so many years of doing this, one of the benefits of having Dave and Ian done this for so long, they've done so many projects, and the craft knowledge that's there over time to be able to say, we're examining subcontractors. I mean, we know a lot of the same contractors use the same subs, and so it's easy for them to go through and say, oh, we've worked with this group before. I don't know about this group. I mean, it's just so yeah. There's a very rigorous vetting process. That makes sense.
great. So you wouldn't say that you're always recommending just the lowest bid because it's the lowest.
Our processes, we've wed to that, and we've had pretty good luck with it.
Yeah.
You have. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay.
I think that the vetting in advance means
Allows
that-
you to take the lowest out of
That's right.
who remains.
We know that any of these companies can do the job. We have confidence that any of these companies can do the job. Now let's see who can do it for the least amount of money.
I see. Because the 8 or 9 others may have bid less but didn't pass muster.
Correct.
They weren't even able to bid on it because it was a select group that could bid on it.
Okay.
They also
Thank
do.
you.
I'm sorry. They also do a great job of being very precise in what's required in that bid, so that companies can look at that and self-select out to say, I'm not able to provide that service or that particular
And they have, yeah.
level of construction.
Mhm.
So
South Jordan
Thank you.
Middle is a big project. To get that much work done in 9 weeks is very difficult. So we're aware of that. We did a similar project at Ochre Hills Middle a few years ago, and we went into a couple of weeks where we had to bring food in from a neighboring kitchen, and that could be the case on this one, just because of the amount of work that's trying to be done in.
We're already putting a contingency plan in place for that. We've been meeting with Katie and her group to get that situated.
And hope you don't need it.
And hope you don't need it.
Thank you so much. I
Yeah.
appreciate all your work on this.
Thank you.
Questions? Are board members comfortable on these bids during our business session? Great. Thank you so much for your hard work. We are always impressed with your accuracy and your crystal ball abilities. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
Right. Our next agenda item is a review of the proposed revisions to Administrative Policy DP 338, reimbursement of licensed employees elected to public office. This agenda item doesn't have anything new from what we discussed at a previous meeting, but as it's going to appear on the business session, we wanted to give one more opportunity for questions or anything that you feel like you want to talk about before we take it to a vote. Anyone have anything? Perfect. Well, I'm excited about these changes. I think it opens a lot of doors and it's a good compromise to previous discussions. So I appreciate that.
President, in the header, is it just standard practice that when that we update the revision date and the reviewed date, it doesn't have to show here as being changed? That just happens, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it will show regardless. It will say that we've reviewed it, even if it changes. This is 2 policies coming into one. It also has so. Okay, it's the quickest agenda item we've ever had. All right, let's move into our follow-up discussion on board priorities. So at our last meeting, discussed as a board priorities for us over the next year to look and discuss. And then we made the commitment that we would create a path forward for each of those agenda items. And we wanted to bring this one back with some first steps. So if you don't see yours in this part of the discussion, please don't worry. We'll get there, but we want to take this in bite-sized chunks, if that makes sense. So a couple of the higher voted items were first hiring an in-house and wanted to bring the idea to the board that we assign finance committee to look at the costs for that and then to consider ways that we can economize. So if we choose to spend the money here, is there a way that we can tighten the belt in other areas? Are you guys comfortable if that one starts out with our finance committee? Yes. Yep. Perfect. All right, the next one, we discussed boundary changes that could have the potential of reducing busing. If you'll recall, Mr. Larson brought that one to the group, and we felt like a good place to start that study might be in the facilities committee. Are you guys okay with that beginning as committee work? And then we'll bring it back to the board. Of course, they won't be making any boundary adjustment decisions without us, but that way they can dig in.
Facilities committee already had an assignment to look at boundary changes, and so we just thought we could kind of roll that into that as well. That was kind of the
consideration.
Right.
Perfect. I think that's great. Okay.
We're okay with that?
Yes.
Okay.
there are any concerns, holler at me. I'm not holding formal votes, but if you want them, please motion. Okay, the next couple we thought might merit a little more discussion as we came back and started to put our head around what exactly we're looking for. We thought we would bring it back. So, first of all, the multi-tiered systems approach is something that had a lot of interest among the entire board. But we thought it might be good because several people put their stamp on it, and I think it kind of diluted exactly what are we asking for when we talk about this. So in the one case we talked about secondary, in a secondary setting, what do we do for students who still need additional help beyond that level 2 approach? I also heard discussions about students so academic needs specifically. We also had talk about behavioral needs. We had talk about special education. So before we kind of try to divvy out who would be the best person to get their teeth into this topic, I thought maybe we could have a little bit of discussion to make sure that we're answering the questions that really are being asked. Any thoughts there?
There was, in executive, as we discussed it, at least I was trying to pinpoint what the problem was or the problems that we were trying to solve or trying to address. So I think maybe as a possible first step would be define the problem or the problems. Because, there were a set of problems that I had in mind. I think there were a set of problems that Miss Dean had in mind when she brought that up, and maybe some special education, so I don't know if we want to share those, if we're prepared to share those now, or if we want to come back at a later time. Yeah.
Do we need more time to think about that? Or do people have comments now?
I think I'll need more time to talk about it. I think what I would not want is, how do I say this? I think MTSS is important for special ed. I don't want it to be limited to special ed, so I'm not really sure if I would want MTSS under a special ed initiative or to roll it under an MTSS initiative. I don't have clarity on. So,
and I think that's a fair response that we maybe need to put some more thought into specifically what's the problem we're trying to solve and what is the question we're asking. Maybe that's the same thing stated two different ways.
I mean, is it too general to say what kinds of behaviors are getting in the way of all of our students, secondary, special ed, or more broadly, learning or achieving academic success? That feels like a very broad stroke to me, but I would love to hear from Lisa or Brian if they had specific concerns, or if it was just an introduction, let's hash it out.
So I'm curious if looking at Tableau with like Ben Jameson or somebody else, if they could help provide some clarity about what is going on statistically in our district, if that would give us a little, I don't know exactly how to start, but I don't know if that's something where we could see, okay, this is one area that we could look at, or a grade, or a level of school or something, or a demographic, or I don't know, but I don't know if that would be helpful to provide some clarity to look at statistics. Is that Does that ever give
Where we
clarity?
could have the greatest impact,
Yeah.
or maybe what's a low-hanging fruit that we
Yeah.
could have quick success. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then help us move on to something else. Is it helpful to look at these types of statistics?
Statistics related to what specifically?
So, like on Tableau, there are a lot of different parameters you can set as far as graduation rates and reading scores and math scores
Right.
and so for me with the multi-tiered support systems of support, my vision was that we would find ways to help more students succeed and not necessarily fall through the cracks. I worry, like having worked at a high school and then at a middle school, there are some students that, and not a lot, but there are some students that are lacking in some skills that you might assume they would have at a 7th or 8th or 10th grade level. And so I don't know if looking at statistics would help us find a way to, or looking at data, I guess I should say, would help us find areas where we could have the greatest impact. Because I'm not sure, but I think that there are these types of situations in every feeder system where there are students who are behind in their skill levels and we don't quite know how to support them. I don't know what I'm asking. But I just don't know how to find how to best reach students, or even how to know which students need that support. I am really rambling.
So are you
I don't
saying
know what I want.
look to
so.
see if there's a specific grouping of students that seem to be struggling more than another that could use some
Yeah, even if we decide on a subject, and like I said, for me, I'm thinking about secondary because I think that it's more difficult to learn how to read and how to get those basic math skills in a general ed secondary math or language arts class than it is in a first like K through 6 class. And so I think that that's why I'm thinking about secondary. I just want to know how we can help students wherever we can, either in, yeah, the ones that are most glaring to me are reading and math. And I don't know exactly how to say this, but anyway, that's what I'm thinking about.
Can I ask you like a clarifying question? Do you think it would be beneficial for you to maybe get more clarity on what you're searching, to go just yourself and see if their statistics meet with someone in the district who's over that, and then maybe visit a few schools and ask them what's actually going on so you can see the process, and then maybe see what's happening, and then ask them if they think there are any holes, and then get more clarity on how we might proceed?
I think that sounds great. And I don't know if the board would want, is that a good idea? Or I don't know what's a good idea.
It depends on what you're hoping to accomplish. So if we talk about MTSS specifically, it's a multi-tiered system of support for either academics, behavior, or social and emotional wellness. So we can look at which of those categories we want to focus on, or if you'd like a goal in each of those categories. And then we can look at the broader trends, and then we can speak to a smaller group of teachers or parents or students at a school that represents the trend. Because otherwise, then you're pulling yourself in two different directions to say this is the trend, but this is what this individual school needs. So you could go deeper with a quantitative look overall at what are the results that concern us, and then have a qualitative look by having a conversation with people who are in a situation that seems to match the broader trend.
And actually what you were just saying has given me a little more clarity, because here I'm thinking about academics, but I think that probably first we need to figure out how to help with behaviors. I mean, I feel like behaviors impact academics. Yeah, and so
One approach we've taken, maybe this will be helpful. One approach that we have taken as a cabinet is that when we have a concern about a behavior issue that where a school says we don't feel like this has been resolved, or it wasn't resolved in a timely way, or we still have questions, then we take that particular situation and we use it as a case study to say what happened, what should have happened, what could have happened, and then what broader lessons can we draw from this? Are there things that we need to apply beyond this specific situation to help behavior improve more broadly, or to help our supports be more effective throughout the district? So I think there are a few different ways that we could approach it, but I think what we need to start with is, which of those three categories would you like to emphasize, or would you like to set a goal in each of the three categories? And then we can bring some data to help inform that.
Let me just share something that I've been thinking about. My career history has always been small business, and small businesses can turn quickly, make decisions quickly, make changes quickly. That's the environment I came from. And when I got on the board, I was struggling to figure out, how do I get things done with an organization this big, with all these different levels and these manuals of policies. And so, yeah, it's taken me 18 months, 24 months to finally figure out, oh, this is the process. This is how you get something done. And I've just barely gone through that with one of the items that I wanted to see some changes on. And it was the behavioral side of this. And so I formulated the changes that I wanted to see in a proposed motion, or that I would present to the board and we would vote yes or no on it. So I kind of formulated, well, first of all, let me back up. I received some information from constituents pointing out some problems that they wanted to see fixed. Problems that were, from their perspective, several different scenarios that they had described to them that had happened, and they were behavioral related issues in schools. And I didn't know how to solve the problem. And with the help of some experienced board members, I was directed, well, it'd probably be a good idea to sit down with Anthony and describe the situation and describe what you want changed. And I did that. I've sat down with Anthony 2 or 3 times on this particular issue, and we've gone back and forth, and he shared his experience. And I feel pretty close now to coming to the board with a proposal. And, that's kind of the process that I went through. So I don't know if maybe that's something, Ms. Dean, if you want to, or maybe you already have some ideas on how to move forward with. But yeah,
Does it sound like I have some good ideas? I don't think so. I just have like this broad thing of what I hope, like my hope for every student in our school district, every student in every classroom to have the best opportunity possible for them to learn and grow and connect with the curriculum and each other and their teachers. But I don't know, I don't have any good ideas how to do that.
I have another suggestion, another thought that might move us down the path, and I appreciate Mr. Barnett's comments. I have really valued and I've had conversations with each of you about various issues. Digging deep on this has been very helpful for me, because it's instructive to hear the perspective from you and from the patron, and I feel like we've made a lot of progress as well, just with some in-depth discussions. if we want to talk about behavior and MTSS, we brought in the team that provides that training. And it's a lot to hear all at once. But after we talked about that, the board said, how do we make this available to more schools? Because this is a really good training. It seems like a good training. Not that you went through it, but you were positive about what you heard. And so one way to approach it, if you were looking at behavior, would be to look at the impact that that program has had in schools that have implemented it school-wide. You can say, how are things going in the schools where we've implemented this program? And we can look at that from a statistical standpoint, but we can also talk with people and survey people and find out how they're feeling about the impact of that program. Because until you have the tier 1 support solidly in place, then you don't really know where the issues are that may need additional resources. Otherwise, you haven't gone far enough, as the author says, you haven't gone far enough upstream to determine where the problem is. And when you talk about low-hanging fruit, the low-hanging fruit on behavior, in my opinion, is having a school-wide plan that's provided by this team. And then you say, now, with a school-wide plan where we've done everything that we think will have an impact on the school as a whole and will prevent problems in the first place and solve them if they do arise, what still remains to be done? What do we still need to address? What are the more extreme cases that need some additional, a unique approach or more resources? Because if you don't have a school-wide system in place and you haven't had the support that we have seen work in schools, then you're really addressing problems once they become problems instead of looking early enough to see if you can provide the support to students that would help prevent those problems in the first place. And then I think we're just chasing fires instead of really taking the approach where we do everything we know we can to start with and then solve at a tier 2 and tier 3 level after that. Now, I'm open to however you want to approach it, but that would be one way to look at it, is to say, where we've done this, where we've provided this training and support, what has the impact been statistically, quantitatively and qualitatively, and based on that, should we put the resources in place that would allow us to expand that effort?
So we already have this program, and it's gone to a few schools already. And I feel like this all sounds so familiar. I think you've explained this to me like 5 times, but I keep forgetting. So I'm sorry about that. But
doesn't feel like 5 times to me.
Okay, maybe 3 times.
No,
3 times.
No.
But so that could be a good place to start, is find out how this program has affected the schools where it has been implemented, and see if there's more that we can do, or if it's something that would be effective at other schools. Is it
something we should expand based on what we've seen so far?
Yeah.
Yes.
And that feels very much like a board decision to say, okay, well, they're at their limit. They can't do more with the people that they have. Do we expand it financially? Which I love that question because it feels like it's in our lane. So my question to you is, based on this conversation, a big question I had was, are we talking about behaviors or academics? And I understand that they intertwine, but specific in this study, I'm starting to feel a veer towards behavior.
Yeah, because I feel like we already have something that we can look at and assess how well has this worked.
PBIS, is that the program that came and they presented on? Okay, I just want to make sure I'm thinking of the same thing you're talking about.
Yes, and thank you for linking back to that. And I also want to clarify, it's not all behavior is not special education related. And that's why we want to look at Tier 1 first, I think, because then you see, okay, even when we have this implemented well at a school where everyone feels like this is making a big impact, they've seen X number of referrals go down. What else? What can we do next? What remains to be done? And we've put this in place in more than half of our elementary schools, but there are many left to be done. And the level of support that can be provided is dependent on really the number of staff members that we have available. So even those who have gone through this could have additional support depending on how much the resources that are made available. So that's just one way that you could approach it. With academics, there are lots of different ways we can look at that, social emotional wellness, but as Ms. George said, that it sounded like you were moving toward behavior as a focus, so that's one way we could look at it.
And is this a program that could move up to middle school or high school, or because I feel like that could be a step also, is seeing how it works in a middle school.
Yes.
And then once we kind of assess that, then we can see how it works at a high school. I mean, because it seems to me like going to a middle school, we would possibly see some changes that would be made, and that could be effective in high school also.
Right. And we have highly skilled people. Every time I talk with them, I'm so impressed with their depth of knowledge, with their skills in conveying the knowledge they have, and really resetting mindsets, and they're just so good. But they are also can only do so much. So I have real confidence in the program and in the people. The question is, how much funding can we provide, really? It comes down to funding.
How much is the board
I'll say the
willing
word.
to-
How much funding is available to get the people we need, to free them up to focus on providing the ongoing support needed for those who already have it in place, to continue with elementary schools so that we have the program available everywhere, and then moving up to middle school and high school. I always think that if you can solve things at elementary, if you can address it early, then you set students on a path for success. Too often we work our way down in education. But in Jordan, we've really, with the board's support, you supported a big influx of resources at the elementary level, so that reading scores, math scores, just support to teachers is there. We've done it at all three levels, but at any rate, it pays big dividends if you can help students early on. So, increasing ongoing support. We have great people and a great program at their max. And so you can decide, can we provide more ongoing support? Can we expand to the rest of our elementary schools, and can we expand to middle and high school? All of that requires more money for more people.
So I have a question. Has the board received information or presentation during one of these study sessions about this PBIS? When was that? Has it been?
The item that Brian brought to us, and it was not exhaustive by any means.
Okay, so it's
6-8 months ago, maybe.
Brian and I both requested more information, and so then Lisa reached out to us with the materials that they're using. So
I think it was
because we
October.
It
requested more.
was just
it was the fall.
recently. Okay,
it
I
wasn't
need to
super
go back
long ago,
and
and
look.
it was only one meeting, but it was like an informational presentation.
Is there a way that we could get a presentation on data as far as like referral? Has it been going on long enough to have comparative data from, well, before this it was like this, or are we not at that time yet?
I'm not a data scientist, but luckily we have one. And she would tell me, we can definitely learn some things. We don't have long-term trends, but
We have
I know-
short-term trends.
I know it's had a very positive impact, and I think we could demonstrate some concrete ways in which there has been a marked change in the way that students behave and teachers feel when it's been properly implemented.
How does the board feel about having a
I would like it. Everything you said is a direction I would like to go. My only ask, in addition, is I would be interested in seeing data of special ed students and general ed in addition to the whole.
Okay. Breaking it down.
If that's possible.
Okay.
The impact on the special ed students in
Or
particular.
how it's even been implemented in the special ed world. Like are they using the same system the rest of the school is using? So often they're not. So that would be helpful for me to understand.
Can I ask how long we've had PBIS here at the district, that we've been using it?
How long have we been providing that training? Yeah, I'm trying to. Yeah, a few years. Not for a very long time.
Okay.
Like 3 or 4-ish?
More like, I would say 5 or 6.
Okay.
And it hasn't reached each school yet. Is it? Will you
It's
remind
at
me how
27
they did it?
elementaries. 27 elementaries.
I feel like because my local elementary just started it in the fall, and I hadn't heard about it before, and I was glad that we were implementing this program because I felt that it was needed. But I think it's more of like a as needed basis, or the principal just kind of decides like, oh, I think we should do this program. Is that kind of how it happens? Like it's just like I guess the school needs it now. We'll cue them in on this program. I don't know. How does
There
it
are
work?
a certain amount of slots, a certain number of slots rather available.
Oh, okay.
And so we have limited capacity, and so it's capacity and
relates to funds,
enthusiasm
right?
from the school, and so we started 5 or 6 years ago, but we did have COVID that got in the way of everything over that period of time, so that shut things down for a while. When kids learn online, there still are behavior issues. They bring their pet onto the camera, and everything is over at that point. But
There will be an asterisk there with the
that's
data.
right. There's an asterisk. But
Is it fully is it implemented at all at River's Edge?
River's Edge is the most structured school we have, and there is so I don't know that it's specifically PBIS, but they have very effective ways of managing, improving, and addressing behavior there.
I didn't know if there would be a before and an after at a secondary level.
Yeah, that's highly.
No small numbers.
River's
but-
Edge is really highly specialized, yeah. So it's at 27 elementaries now. It's been ongoing since 2019. I think it's 2019. It's the ongoing support that's also important. If it becomes a district-wide opportunity, the idea is, okay, are we maintaining this with fidelity, with turnover, with the principal and all of that? Do we have that unified approach? And I think it's always work to put something new in place, but it's a relief to have something that you can put in place to help address one of the main obstacles to effective instruction.
Actually, do you have? Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to ask, so it's only in elementary schools. We don't have it in any secondary schools yet?
Not in
PBIS?
secondary schools at this point, not as a school-wide model.
Okay. Is this a program like that, I don't know, like that we came up with? Or is this something that we pulled in from like a third party, that we got ideas? And does it have experience at the secondary level that we know of? Those were a lot of questions, sorry.
In other words, has it been used at the secondary level?
Yes. And where did
Yes.
this program originate, I guess is the question.
That's going a little deeper than I'm able to
Oh, okay.
provide. It is not
It's not
our
something
program.
we came up with. Okay,
It's
that
not
was the
something we
question.
developed, but I would assume that it's something that we, if not modified, emphasize various aspects of it. We've made it our own,
Okay.
but we didn't create it from scratch, is what I would say.
Okay, and
And
is there
it has, but it has been used in secondary.
a model we could follow once we want to put it in secondaries? And that
Call this a best practice approach in the education world right now. It's not like you're buying a curriculum. This is like a philosophy or approach to.
It is a national program. There are national materials available, and that's what we work from. But you always adapt from there. So there would be,
Great, if that
yeah,
helps.
yeah. So it's
happening.
it's well known. It's well known. It's there's a clear approach, clearly established.
Is there something in the process itself that ensures that a school that's been properly trained keeps doing it every year? Is there some aspect of it that says, because the worst thing would be you train a school and they use it for a few years and it slowly kind of fades out.
You're right.
Yeah.
That's the worry with everything. So, for example, at the elementary level, if you take Walk to Read, we have a principal, assistant principal, and instructional coach who are all there, and we have specialists in teaching and learning. We have lots of teams of people to make sure that things are happening as they should. And you referenced earlier the size of our district. I will add that even with the size of our district, I think if you asked other districts, they would characterize us as being pretty deft at and nimble at making moves relative to our size. School AI's implementation, for example, we were able to move forward with that pretty quickly. But there are so many moving parts that there's a lot that you have to think about. And so you're absolutely right. We have to, the worry is that even a great idea that is initially well implemented requires a lot of check-in, a lot of monitoring is maybe the wrong word, but maybe it's the right word. It has to be monitored. You have to make sure that you're staying true to what we know works. And that is a big aspect of being a part of
Yeah, I was
an
I was
organization
wondering-
this size. So when I say ongoing support, we would need more people to ensure that this is happening in the way that it ought to. It's the initial training and some support we're able to provide, but the more support you provide, the longer lasting the effects.
If we had implemented this in 2010, would we have 15 years of data, or would we have
Right.
4 years of data here? And yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
So hoping for a cultural change, make it deep enough that the culture changes around this.
So
I misspoke, Superintendent, when I said I just had one ask. I have a second one,
That's
maybe 2 and 3.
great. Keep going.
That is, I would be interested in the experts in the district on MTSS, or if we're going to focus specifically on PBIS. What are their recommendations, and what would they ask for if they could have anything, which we know they can't, but I would be curious, what are the experts saying about our district and our students?
Well, I would love to bring them here. I have asked those questions backstage, as it were, and said, what would it take for us to do more and to do some of these things that we talked about? Because to Mr. Barnett's point, you want it to be put in place and have a lasting impact and have data to show that it's having a lasting impact. You want a cultural shift. And I think we're at a point where we have a critical mass of schools who have done it and seen positive results. So we could there's momentum that we could ride to move this forward. But the experts could tell you, if we had these things in place, if we had these resources, we would be able to make sure that the impact that we've seen is lasting and expand that to the remainder of our elementary schools. Or there's a separate model for secondary, start to implement that secondary model as well. So the answer to those questions would come in discussion about exactly what you're hoping to accomplish ultimately.
Yes, or even with the
On what
data,
scale?
I would like that perspective of opportunities and barriers that they're seeing.
Yeah,
Can
I think
I-
the barrier question is an important one. And where has it gone really smoothly, and what are the factors involved?
Lead to success.
And I don't want to suggest that we just train and then it's done. There's support in year 2. There's a sense of accountability to the team that has been involved in the training. So I'm not trying to overstate that, but this is always the question. Hey, we did this cool thing. Okay, what's the next cool thing? You don't want it to just flare up and be flash in the pan. You want it to be an enduring cultural shift that makes teaching and learning feel great in Jordan, which most of the time it does. We just want that extra, want to get that extra impact on the classroom.
And so I went back and I found the presentation from September about the MTSS, and I'm looking at these Jordan School District systems of support, and I feel like these have like the proficiency-based learning, the PBIS, positive behavioral interventions and supports, response to intervention, social emotional wellness, and professional learning communities. I've seen these used at different schools on different levels. So I think that the district is already taking the approach of, trying to do this here and this here, what we can to help this. And so I think that the PBIS, the positive behavioral interventions and supports, could be a good focus for like this board priority for this year. If I don't know, does that
I agree.
sound good? I mean, I like all of these so much, but I think we do need to look at one, and I do see places where the school district is working so hard to help people implement all of these at our school. So, I mean, some are more at, well, I don't know what I'm saying. But anyway, I think the positive behavioral interventions and supports could be a good focus for our board priority, if the rest of the board thinks that that's a
Okay. Anyone seeing this differently? Are we all on the same page with looking at some behavioral supports? Okay, let me then summarize what I understood from this conversation. Please correct me. I've just been taking notes. So we would like to ask staff to come back to us with a report on how effective has PBIS been in the schools that are fully implemented, and is this a program that could use expansion? Include data breaking out by special education versus general education, and recommendations from the experts in the districts on specifically what they would need in order to expand the program, if that's their recommendation. Did that cover it? Great. That sounds perfect.
all that talk condensed into this seed.
I love it, though.
Well done. Well
I
done,
did
Nikki.
nothing but take notes. Thank you for the conversation. Okay, one more item that I hope we have the capacity for right now, and then we will add, of course, this list as we go along. And that is, there was a bit of interest in just taking a close look at teacher prep time across levels. I'm wondering if that is something that we're comfortable asking Cabinet to look at. What are the options and what are the costs in relation to those options, and then a future presentation. Does that sound okay? Perfect. All right. Anything else that anyone feels is really pressing? I mean, all of them are pressing, but I hate to bite off so many at once that we dilute our efforts. So, we're comfortable here?
When we master all that, we can move on to the next item.
Perfect. Should take us, what, a month maybe?
No sweat.
Perfect. All right.
Could I add one thing?
Sure.
I feel like maybe kind of in relation to the behavioral things we're going to be looking at, we could tie in, if it works or not, looking at the policy adjustments for discipline of students and training staff on that. Brian had mentioned that, and I feel like that might go hand in hand. But I feel that is also something we should look at to help support teachers with perhaps the behavioral problem.
Just make a quick comment. Thank you. The items that I have listed on our spreadsheet for possible agenda items, I think they are highly focused and things that can get done quickly. They're not, and they do tie in with the broad picture that we've just been discussing. But this broader picture is, like Suzanne mentioned, kind of a cultural change. And these items, Anthony and I have talked about these as well. And I think they'll be coming to the board within a month or two, these specific items. So yeah, I don't know that we need to officially say, let's roll these in, because
Okay.
I feel like they're going to be coming shortly. Yeah.
Yes.
So
Want them to get forgotten because I thought they were very important. So
Thanks for bringing that up. That's that will be the fruit of our discussions, I think. And just to tie up that previous discussion for those listening, you asked a question earlier, Ms. Barrow, about the who's chosen. How does this happen? And really, right now, it's been organically that MTSS has spread. Okay. So we have these slots. Who's interested? But if you start to implement it on a broader scale to really have the impact that Mr. Barnett and others have described, then that's where the additional resources have to come in to realistically have the bandwidth to do it in a meaningful way. So, hey, this is a great program. We have the people who can provide it. This is the number of slots we have available. Wow, this is really working. If we could expand that, then we could really have a broad impact.
Thank you so much. This has been a productive conversation, and I appreciate everyone's insight. With that, we are at the end of our study session agenda. We can either have a half-hour break today, or we could start on closed session. What's the appetite of the board?
I think 15 minutes of closed session.
Okay.
I second.
All right. So we have, do we need a motion to go into closed?
Because you have to state the purposes.
Yes. Would someone like to make a motion?
Once I find the reasons for closed.
Scroll to the end.
Thank you. I move that we go into closed session to discuss character and competency of individuals, property, potential litigation, negotiations, and security.
I second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to go into closed session for character and competence of individuals, property, potential litigation, negotiations, and security. And we'll take a roll call vote. Mr. Barnett.
Yes.
Ms. Barrow.
yes.
Mr. Robinson. I'm Dr. Robinson. I keep doing that. I'm sorry. How could I forget? Doctor.
Doctor's still uncomfortable.
Ms. Wood.
Yes.
And Ms. Dean.
Yes.
All right. Motion, oh, and I am a yes, so that motion carries, and we are now adjourned for closed session. Or everyone to the Jordan Board of Education meeting. Today is Tuesday, February 25th. It is so fun to have a full room today. We're excited to have you and we appreciate you being here. We also want to welcome those who are listening or watching on YouTube. We appreciate your involvement. All right, I am Nikki George, the president of the board, and present with me on the dais is our board attorney, Mr. Paul Van Komen, Lisa Dean, Suzanne Wood, Aaron Barrow, Brian Barnett, and Daryl Robinson. And we will temporarily excuse Bryce Denford. He'll be joining us later. And then we also have joining us our superintendent, Dr. Anthony Godfrey, our associate superintendent, Dr. Mike Anderson, and our business administrator, John Larson. All right, we are excited tonight to kick off with and welcome Mountain Creek Middle School, who will be doing our opening. We'll start with a Pledge of Allegiance by Ari Garrett, Anthony Kerr, and Claire Waldstrom.
Color guard attention. Will the audience please rise for the presentation of the colors and salute in the appropriate manner? Color guard forward march. Present the colors. Will the audience please repeat the Pledge of Allegiance? To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Post the colors. Color guard dismissed. The audience may be seated.
Right, we'll now invite Bennett Gray, a student body officer, to come and give us our reference.
Dear Heavenly Father, we thank Thee for this day. We thank You that we can have a good day today, and that we ask Thee that our leaders can make good decisions and that we can all be grateful to be here. We thank Thee for a wonderful day. In the name of Jesus Christ, amen.
Thank you, Bennett. All right, now for our celebrating schools, we have Mackenzie Hansen, a student body officer, and Chanel Maya, who will be performing a musical selection entitled Journey to the Past from Anastasia. How exciting. All right, go ahead and come on up.
Hello, President George, board members, Superintendent Godfrey, and Mr. Larson. I am Mackenzie Hansen, a proud member of Mountain Creek Student Government. I love Mountain Creek Middle School. It is an accommodating, safe, and innovative school. The great things MCMS has accomplished over the past 6 years makes our school not only a community, but a family. I'd like to first give a quick overview of our school. We currently have 1,306 students enrolled with 69 licensed faculty members and 48 support staff. Our school is a host to Chinese DLI, an amazing educational support classroom, and 3 AP programs: Human Geography, Environmental Science, and Chinese. With a focus on positive reinforcement, our school has started multiple awesome traditions. These include our school store called the Moose Stash, no tardy parties, and Moose of the Day, month, and quarter. To enhance school spirit, at the beginning of each year, every student gets a new Mountain Creek t-shirt. Over the past 4 years, we've done a drone photo on our field where the entire school fits into a different shape. This year, our students formed the word GROW. Not only do we have a fun school culture, but our teachers provide great classroom experiences like launching bottle rockets, snail labs, and field trips to places like Timpanogos Caves, the Tracy Aviary, the State Capitol, and Great Salt Lake. Mountain Creek is home to a very impressive performing arts program. Last year, our school performed Addams Family, and it was marvelous. With hard work and dedication from students, teachers, parents, it was a successful and fun play. The cast and crew worked after hours, and that really proved everyone's school spirit. This year's production of Anastasia is currently in the works and is on track for amazing performances in April. Every single year, students participating in band, orchestra, and choir get the opportunity to show off their hard work and to create beautiful music for friends and family. Through Unified Sound, many of our special needs students get to join the band and orchestra to learn how to play and perform with mentors. We also have great support in our Unified Sports program. This year, our students have competed in soccer and basketball. It is really both for our athletes and the peer tutors who get to help them. Additionally, MCMS is host to some really great clubs that involve lots of students. Some of the clubs that are happening right now are Math Club, Book Club, D&D Club, Chess Club, Improv Club, Guitar Club, Pickleball Club, Nintendo Switch Club, Writing Club, and, new this year, a Crochet Club. These clubs give students a chance to meet new people, learn new things, and have fun with the activities they enjoy. We also have thriving Choose Kind, Say Something, PTSA, and student government groups that allow students to develop leadership and make a difference. This December, we celebrated our winter fundraiser that we call Moose Wonderful Time of the Year. On top of raising $6,270 toward the Road Home homeless shelter, we were able to join Harriman High School in their Hearts of Gold fundraiser. Currently, we are preparing for our Spirit Week, which is filled with fun and inclusive activities for everyone. These are only a few examples of the successes that build up our school, but there will be even more fun and exciting events in the future. Please come and see what we have going on. Thank you for your time. And now here's a sneak peek from Anastasia by Chanel Maya.
Wow, what a treat. Thank you. There certainly is a lot to celebrate at Mountain Creek Middle School. I would love to invite any of the parents or faculty who are here supporting Mountain Creek Middle School to stand up. All right, and then students, will you join them? It is easy to see there's a lot of good happening in this school. All right, we would love to invite the students to come up, just start at the end, and give us an opportunity to shake your hand. We also have a little gift for you, so don't forget to grab that on your way. Come on forward.
on today. Nice to meet you. Grab a pen. Wow, that was amazing.
Wow, I need to come to
Grab a pen if you want.
April 23rd, okay, got right. Yeah, great job.
Thank you. Some moose socks.
The best day ever. You guys have the best mascot.
Oh, that's so cool.
Thank you very much. That's great swag. Thank you.
Thank you again, students and faculty, parents. We love having you here, and you are absolutely welcome to stay for the meeting, but we want you to know that you are not obligated to stay. So we're sure you have lots of good things to do. Okay, let's go ahead and move into our resolutions of appreciation.
Whereas dedicated service to Jordan School District was faithfully and effectively performed, whereas they consistently and conscientiously executed their responsibilities with integrity, honesty, and loyalty, be it therefore resolved that the Jordan School District Board of Education and District Administration declare appreciation for the outstanding service that was performed in the cause of public education, and hereby express our sorrow at the death of these valued friends. Mark Montague, teacher, counselor, and administrator. Shane Reed Thomas, custodian and tradesman.
Thank you. Right, let's move into board recognitions. Anyone have anything they'd like to share?
I do. Okay, so Olivia Murphy from Majestic Elementary Arts Academy was awarded the Outstanding Elementary Music Teacher for the state of Utah by Utah Music Educators Association. And I just want to read some of the things that her principal said about her, and then I want to read part of her nomination from one of her colleagues. So Olivia has outstanding classroom management skills, and she has an amazing ability to write and compose music. She has a positive impact on reading scores through focusing on meaningful interactions with text in her classroom using lyrics and poetry. She also works with small reading groups, sometimes even during her planning or lunchtime. She extensively studies data to know which students need support so that she can focus on helping them both in class and in tutoring. And then one of her colleagues, Lisa Blodgett, the other music teacher at Majestic Elementary, put this on her nomination. Oh, Ms. Murphy, will you come stand at the podium so we can all see you and recognize you? Thank you. This right here, this is the outstanding elementary music teacher for the state of Utah. Thank you. Thank you for being here too.
No, of course, you're so nice.
Okay. And now I will read what her colleague Lisa Blodgett said. Olivia is such an inspirational music teacher. I have worked with her for 4 years and am in awe of the things that she continually comes up with. Our school became a magnet school for the arts 4 years ago. Olivia began teaching at Majestic that first year of the Arts Academy. The school was in need of a new school song, and Olivia composed a new song for the school and taught it to all the students. They sing it with pride and joy at all our school assemblies and spring concerts. And it has been stuck in my head today. Olivia teaches music foundations to kindergarten through 3rd grade students. In the 2nd year of the arts program, it was very apparent all the hard work she had done with the 3rd grade class the year before. They started band in 4th grade with a solid foundation on rhythm reading and notation. which 98% of the students the previous year did not have. This gave our students a big boost in learning to play an instrument in 4th grade and made it easier for the students. Olivia composes almost all of the songs that she uses in class to teach her students. The main reason is to help integrate the core curriculum using music to help students retain what it is they are learning. The songs are so cute, and the students go back to class singing them and having learned something important. An example I'd like to share, which is the norm for Olivia, is she heard a teacher talking about trying to figure out how to teach her class about time. Olivia went home and composed a song, then used it in class that week to help the students learn and remember the things the teacher wanted the students to learn. She is always helping her fellow teachers out. She has also composed songs to help students learn letter names and sounds in kindergarten and blends in 1st grade. Olivia even has her classes help compose and then sing and play songs in class from the things they are learning about. Her winter and spring concerts follow a theme, and the students are invested in helping compose songs for those events also. Olivia earned an arts endorsement last year to further develop her knowledge about all the art forms and to assist her colleagues in arts integration. During the music classes, she offered great sound advice, and I like that, great sound advice, and helped other teachers with their projects. Olivia took time and taught 2 after-school classes last year, helping students to learn how to play the ukulele and recorder. She helps lead our school in excellence. And this year, she is even teaching guitar, and my daughter is in her after-school guitar class. So thank you. And anyway, I wish everybody could hear the amazing songs that Olivia writes and her students help her write and they perform. Can we all give Ms. Murphy a big hand? And also, could you say a few words about?
Of course.
Thank you.
You're all invited to our concerts anytime. And I believe all of you got an invitation for our art show this coming month. I mean, it's going to be amazing. This award is such an honor, but a big reason is because of my amazing team at school and the support I have from my administration, Marianne Johansson, and my teammates, and the collaboration with my teachers, and how we integrate the arts to grow our students' growth and proficiency and their engagement. It's amazing. So personal invitation, along with your physical invitation, to come see what our kids are doing and how the arts and integration is really helping our school. Thank you for this, Lisa. Thank you.
Thank you.
Before you head down, sorry, please feel free to applaud, but we would love to shake the hand of the most outstanding arts teacher in Utah. So if you'll come on down.
Okay, can I jump in?
Please.
All right, I am very pleased to kind of make my first big recognition. I would like to invite our Bingham High School cheer team to come up to the front, and all of their coaches, please make your way to the front. The Bingham High cheer, you may have already heard, but we still wanted to acknowledge them and congratulate them. They went to the state competition on January 22nd and won first place. And then they went to nationals on February 7th through the 10th and also won first place, and we are so proud of them. I wanted to recognize the coaches, Amber Thomas, Taylor Davis, Curtis Feynman, Megan Bolter, Elena Woodbury, and Brooklyn Eldridge. And then also the team captains, Jocelyn Peterson, Jensen Bunkle, Avery Org, Cammie Reynolds, and Ember Goodall. And we are just so proud of you. We would like to shake your hands as well. There's so many of you, but We love it. And you can take a pin as well. And if you guys would like a picture with the board, we can do that. But if there's too many, totally understand.
Aaron, can I add something in?
Yes, of course.
They're not done yet. We approved as a board that they can go to the Worlds, is that right? International competition, so they have one more championship to bring home. So good job.
Don't break the tradition. One's all around.
So come on up here and we will shake your hands. You can grab a pin for your beautiful jackets you've got there.
For this round, right? We've got
Congratulations. Congratulations. Exciting. Thanks for being here tonight. Good job. Good job.
That's Minorettes.
Thanks for being here.
Gray salt.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Good job. Good job. Congratulations. This is a big group. Congratulations. Good job. Grab a pin if you forgot. Congratulations. Good job. Good job. Congratulations. All right. Thanks for being here tonight. Good job. Congratulations. Good job. Good job. Congratulations. Good job.
Yeah, don't forget your pin.
Good job. Congratulations.
Yeah, please.
Blue or black?
Blue or black.
Congratulations.
Good
Good job.
Wow.
Good job. Congratulations. Congratulations. Good job. Good job. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I thought we were just, that is hand sanitizer, not cold sweat.
Congratulations.
Job clean house.
Congratulations.
Good job. Good job.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having us. I appreciate it.
Thank you for coming.
The minor
Okay, we would love to take a picture with you. So if you want to file right here, we know we don't need to pose the cheerleaders. They've got this.
Wow, we got through a lot of pins there.
Yes.
Well, no.
Okay, and just to, while we're getting organized, I understand that you already won Worlds. Is that what I just heard? That is amazing. Congratulations. How many times can you say you're the master of the world? Well, they told me.
Okay, I'd like to make a recognition also. More years than I can remember, I was a high school wrestler. I wrestled actually in junior high and high school. Junior high, I wrestled weight class 66 in the 9th grade, and I graduated from high school wrestling in 98. So I was a little small kid. I do remember one day when a girl showed up and she wrestled me for varsity, and she won. I will admit that. And so I am super pleased to know that we have a girls wrestling program and a boys wrestling program. And I'll tell you, a couple weeks ago, I had an opportunity to go and watch Mountain Ridge wrestle against Harriman. And these ladies are top-notch. They are so good, and it was one of the most enjoyable events that I was able to attend all year, just watching just how skilled they are. Great athletes, and it gives them a great activity to participate in. The cool thing is that Mountain Ridge went on to win the state championship this year, and I just wanted to recognize and bring Coach Birch up. And Brandon, will you come up and bring your team? And can you just give us some lowdown of how your team performed and tell us about your state championship?
Okay, so first off, I do have a little story. So a little over 23 years ago, I was in high school and was able to throw a pie at my vice principal, who is now sitting right over here, Superintendent Godfrey. So just in commemoration of that day, okay, I have a banana cream pie for him.
Are you going to throw it too? I think you're missing your assistant coach. Your assistant coach needs to come on up.
Assistant coaches, come on up. We have a couple of them here today.
Awesome.
So this has been a very special year. We started our program 4 years ago, and we started it from scratch. So some of the girls that were on that team were freshmen, and they're seniors now. And they've kind of helped build the program up. So this year was a special year just because I've been with a lot of these girls for 3 and 4 years now. And for them to be able to step up and remain committed, because wrestling is a hard sport, but just kind of be the leaders in what's now the fastest growing sport in America, and to be able to take state. We've accomplished so many things this year. We've won 512 matches, okay, which is over a 60% winning percentage individually. We are now 2-time defending undefeated region champs. We won divisionals, we took state, and it's all because of the dedication of everybody that's standing beside me. We've gone through some hard times, some good times, even just the lounging on the mats, talking and chatting, bus rides home after long 12-hour tournaments. Sometimes we're sleeping, sometimes we're singing, but it's just been an awesome ride. And these girls deserve every bit of recognition that they deserve it. They've worked so hard all year, and my hat goes off to them. These girls are amazing. So.
And you have an individual state champion, right?
Yep, she
here?
She is actually wrestling right now.
The figures.
Yeah, so she's on our Utah national team. So she's wrestling right now along with a couple of our others.
What's her name so we can recognize
Olivia
her?
Marino.
Awesome. Good
Okay,
job.
we have a couple others that took second place. Her sister Gabby, who is signed with Utah Tech. So she'll be wrestling for Utah Tech in the fall, and Olivia will probably sign with a team here soon. She's got lots of offers that are available to her, as well as some others. We had 14 girls place in state. I'm not gonna.
Why don't you raise their hands for that?
Yeah. So if you placed in state, raise your hand. We have another
Good
second
job.
placer over here, Faith Bowen, but we did really well this year. 14 placers
Incredible.
is an amazing accomplishment. So,
Congratulations. Thank you. Can you come and meet the board, and then we'd like to get a picture of you guys after too.
all right, go shake their hands and.
Congratulations. Grab a pin if you'd like. Congratulations. Grab a pin. Good job. Congratulations.
Good job. Congratulations.
Take a pin. You take a pin. Congratulations. Good job. Yeah, take one of these pins.
Congratulations.
Yes. Yes. Congratulations. Congratulations. Good job. Take a pin. Congratulations. Take a pin if you'd like.
Are you going to play football? I think it's soccer.
Blue or black?
Congratulations.
Good job. Thanks for coming tonight. Take a pin if you'd like. Good job, Coach.
Congratulations. How fun to see you back. Congratulations. Hey, feel free to grab pins for the girls that are wrestling too.
Yeah, if you'd
that
like.
are with us. Yeah, grab them. We would love to make sure they have a pin.
You want blue or we've got blue and black? Good. Is there a goal?
Is there a goal?
There might have been one random.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah, that one's very clean cut.
Congratulations. What an amazing accomplishment. I just put hand sanitizer on so you'll get the cleanest handshake you'll ever have.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Barely.
I just have to say, those grips were pretty strong on those handshakes, right?
I love it.
Good job, ladies.
Thank you so much for coming tonight and letting us cheer you on. We're so proud of you. Again, same offer applies. You're welcome to stay. We've got some interesting bids, but if you've got homework, we understand.
I can't.
All right. Any other recognitions?
Could I give one more? So I wanted to recognize the Health and Wellness Day that Jordan School District did earlier this month. And they provided so many wonderful classes and opportunities for our teachers. And Superintendent Godfrey encouraged us to go and participate, but a lot of them, there was limited spots, so I didn't want to take a limited spot. So I was able to go to a class that was open for everyone. You didn't need a ticket. And it was right down the street from me at Majestic Elementary, and it was a Bali X kind of dance aerobic class taught by Stephanie Clancy, who's the PE teacher there at Majestic, and it was so much fun. And Stephanie is amazing, and she was so energetic and just cheering us all on, even if we didn't get the steps down, and it was just so much fun. So I was grateful for the opportunity that I had to go to that. So.
I can, I'll just add one. We've had the opportunity over the last couple of weeks to spend some time on the Hill. And we had our SBO day on the Hill. It was so fun to see the class and the caliber that they represented our district with. They did a great job. And I wanted to give a special thank you to those legislators who took the time to come and spend time with us, who invited our students to sit with them on the floor. And a special shout out to Representative Tracy Miller, our very own, will always claim her, who gave our students a little moment of spotlight on the legislative floor. So, all right, what a fun recognition time. Thank you so much, board members, for paying close attention to the great accomplishments that are happening in our schools. All right, let's go to superintendent's recognitions. Jason Skidmore, the director of CTE.
Yes, first I want to comment on I liked the delivery method of the pie better this time. He tells the truth, he lifted me off the ground with that. It was memorable, and it was really fun, actually, and what a blast to see him and his dad and the team there. And if you haven't heard the gingerbread song from Majestic, it's incredible. I could not believe that she wrote that. It was so good. And I had such fun doing a podcast with the Bingham cheer team before they had taken state and taken nationals. And that national performance will be on ESPN coming up. I'll let you know when that is. But they'll be broadcasting that closer to spring break. So very exciting for all our different groups. So, but today, let us celebrate CTE month with CTE Director Jason Skidmore. Come on up to the microphone and let's recap a bit of what's been happening this month. There are always great things happening in CTE.
Get set up here, just one moment.
I'll also say that the most popular podcast episodes are CTE episodes always.
Yes, you should say that, so.
All right.
President George, members of the Board of Education, Superintendent Godfrey, Mr. Larson, thank you for letting me be here to celebrate as we kind of close out this CTE month. I think it was 1 month ago we stood here and did a little kickoff celebration, and there have been so many incredible things that have happened over this month. And as Superintendent mentioned, there are many incredible things that happen every day, every month. So to be able to pause and celebrate during this 1 month is a kind of a great honor for us. So thank you for letting me just spend a few moments to celebrate some of the things that have been happening and some of the greater things that happen in CTE. I first want to thank my staff that are here tonight, CT consultant Julie Scherzinger and Principal Sonia Burton for here at the JATC for their tireless work. I also put a shout out to all of our specialists, our CT coordinators, and to the many other staff and CT teachers that we have across the district for the great things that they are doing. This little word, Wordle, I think is what you call those, it just kind of is a snapshot of some of the things that have happened in our middle schools and our high schools during the month of CTE. Some of the spotlights, the CTSO competitions, the guest speakers. Our CTSOs have participated and are just kicking off their season of competing. The service projects, the many opportunities that our students have had to pause and celebrate the things that are going on. As you know, CTE has a place, and it's had a place in Jordan School District, also in the state of Utah and in our nation for a long time. But in Jordan School District, we've had a very strong history of career and technical education. And that the purpose of that is that students not only get the academic and rigor and the knowledge and training, but they get the technical skills that go along with that and opportunities to use their hands to figure out what they want to do and what they like to do and to become lifelong learners in the process. We use this illustration quite often when we talk about the career and technical education that many of us may be used to. As high school students, and as Mr. Robinson suggested many years ago, or a few years ago, we were high school students, and
It was many.
it was many. And then it was vocational education, and you can see how we've had a shift from then to now. We use this, and the shift has been occurring for many years, but the reality is that CTE today is for all students, for all careers, and that list, as you know, goes on and on for the opportunities that the students have, and I'll talk about some of those in a minute. Vocational education has made a big shift, and we have the opportunity to produce great students who move forward into great careers and have the opportunity to become well-versed and well-skilled in their areas of expertise. This list looks a lot different from the vocational education that many of us may have known many years ago. You can see that in the state of Utah and in Jordan School District, there are 14 career clusters. And within those clusters are 32 pathways. The opportunities are endless, and they are wide and they are varied. And things that may have not considered as career and as vocational education are now considered as an important part of our CTE programs. What I love about this is that in Jordan School District, we continue, and you continue, to support what we would have known as the traditional trades. Those are so important to our economy, they are so important to the future, and they are important to our students. But at the same time, we've been able to expand into areas like cybersecurity, into programming, into web development, into natural resources, into energy, and the list goes on for the opportunities that students have. And I am proud to stand here with you for your support in not only continuing to help us advance into new areas, but also to remain true and strong to the trades and the programs that kind of build our economy and our nation. To kind of give you an idea, so we have all those courses and all those programs that are available. Our CTE programs go through a bit of a rigorous process. A program approval is to ensure that we're not only following the guidelines that are set out, but that we're meeting the mandates that are both federally and state mandated. We recognize, during this process, they recognize programs for their individual strengths and also to identify areas where we might continue to grow. This diagram points out those areas that constantly my staff and I are looking at to determine, are we providing the programs that are fit and are best for our students here in Jordan School District. You can see the indicators of looking at graduation rates, at academic proficiency in math, language arts, reading, and science. I'd like to shout out right now that is one of the initiatives that we've begun and will continue on is we have every one of our middle schools that has a team that's initiated by CTE that is focusing on those core subjects to make sure that all of our students, whether they're in an academic course or a CTE course, are getting the basic skills that they need when it comes to our CTE programs. We monitor what happens to our students as they leave high school. Do they go on to college? Do they go into a trade school? Do they go into the military? Or do they go into the career? And that happens on a yearly basis. We also monitor very closely the non-traditional program enrollment. Are we looking for opportunities for our diverse learners? Are we looking for opportunities in career fields that might predominantly be male or female? And we're looking at ways that we can encourage students to explore opportunities outside of their area. One of the great successes is at Copper Hills High School, where we have an automotive class that has been traditionally a traditional area that most men or boys will take. Copper Hills has implemented a program in which 90% of one of their classes is females. And they're having great success, and females are finding their place in a non-traditional career pathway. And we see that happening in many areas: computer programming, automotive, auto collision, and any of our engineering programs, we're starting to see some of those shifts. Throughout this entire process, we do our best to ensure that our programs are approved. And I can proudly say that every one of our schools, including our virtual schools, which has been an undertaking for the past 3 years to get them program approved, that all schools in Jordan School District, as you see up on the screen, have approved programs that are federally and state approved, meaning they're offering quality programs, they're offering rigorous programs, and students are having great success because of the teachers that we have in place. Kind of with that in mind, to kind of the makeup of CTE, there are 322 teachers, staff, administrators, classroom assistants. This is the makeup of the population that works with our CTE students. In Jordan District, we offer 260 unique career and technical education courses, and of those 260, 121 of them offer some type of college credit. And that's attributed to our great instructors who have the skill set and the ability, education or training to be able to offer those courses to our students, really making our students not only career ready, but also college ready. One of the terms that we often see in CTE is a concentrator and a completer. And in short, a concentrator is a student who takes at least 2 courses in a CTE pathway, and a completer is a student who takes at least 3 or more courses in a CTE pathway. Last year, our most recent numbers, 17,000 students were enrolled in CTE courses. You can see that one of the impressive things about our students who take at least 2 CTE courses, they graduate at a much higher rate. And you can see that listed on the screen. To kind of back up and where CTE begins, career and technical education, from an official stand and a course, or from course perspective, students begin at the 7th grade, and this is the CCA, or the College and Career Awareness course. 4,927 7th graders take this course, where they test their abilities, they learn skills, they think about the pathways that are important to them, and they focus on areas that they might want to pursue as they begin their secondary education. Throughout the process, students in Jordan School District also have the opportunity to earn credentials, or credentials of value, and there are 2 ways they can do that. There are a number of industry certifications, and there are also Utah CTE skill certifications. Last year, 16,799 credentials of value were earned. You can see the top industry certifications. You can also, we're very proud of the work that our teachers do as they administer these certifications. They both contain not only a knowledge component, but they also contain a performance. So students have to achieve and show that they can perform the skill that's meet for the industry. I mentioned earlier that we're in CTE, we're preparing students for college, not only career. Last year, 10,407 CTE credit or college credits were earned in CTE. Providing a rigorous experience, whether it's college credit or industry standard, is important for all of our CTE teachers. I mentioned earlier that CTE traditionally begins in the 7th grade, but to create awareness, the CTE program and through our work-based learning coordinators and specialists, we begin that focus in the elementary school. We provide a number of different resources to our teachers and to the counselors at the elementary level. Begins on in middle school and finalizes as they get into the high school program. Just to give you a bit of a sense of the work that our team does when it comes to creating awareness, exploration, and capstone programs. Last year, 33 different activities were held in the elementary school through the Kids Marketplace, and 2,774 students participated. We have a career poster campaign that happens. It changes monthly in every elementary cafeteria, where students have opportunities to see a new career, to see what's related careers. They have their activities due during the lunch hour where they can learn about those, talk about them, and the counselors continue to use those. The opportunities continue on as we go through middle school and into high school. And last year we had just over 1,000 students, 1,150 students that participated in some type of externship, internship, or a clinical experience, depending on their area. Our students are engaging with the community, and our industry is engaging with us. I would also mention, and you're familiar with, if you're not, hopefully you are, career and technical student organizations, their CTSO competitions. There are 8 of them. Each of these are related to an area of study, and our students in Jordan School District compete at a very high level, participated at an even higher level with 3,005 members to lead the state in the number of students who participate in these leadership and service organizations. We just started the CTSO competition, and the DECA students went last week and participated in their state competition, and we traditionally send anywhere between 200 and 250 students to the national competition across all of the CTE areas. And we'll get you that information as we get there. But I want to wrap up with 2 last things. I mentioned that our industry is connecting with us. Currently, we have 20 active advisory boards, and this is due to the work that our team has done over the last year and a half in building even stronger boards. We have 195 active business partners, meaning active, they attend a board meeting, an advisory meeting, they work in the classroom, they engage students, they invite students and teachers into their areas of business, and they work closely side by side with our teachers to ensure they not only have the skills, but also the resources. Part of that, we work with 11 of our higher ed institutions to create pathways so students, as they leave high school, they have an opportunity and know who to go to when they get to the next level. I will end on 2 last things about how we invest in the future. As you know, we are constantly looking at new programs, whether that be at a high school or middle school, a high school, or here at a technical center. Last year, we started 2 new programs, cybersecurity and construction. Both of those programs filled on day 1 when it comes to technical centers. We've also started our teaching, embedded our education pathway into our high schools, which has opened up more opportunities for students than they would have here at the traditional tech center. We're constantly looking at technology and how we can improve and grow. Currently, we have 87 computer labs across business, marketing, IT, digital studies, and TV and film and engineering. So we do our best to make sure that in those areas, all those programs have the things that they need. We invest in our teachers. Every year we take a team of teachers who are to present at a national conference. I'm proud to say that last year, this last December, we took a team of teachers, and one team presented on how they use AI in the classroom. And you might be surprised that this was our automotive and auto collision instructors that presented at the conference in San Antonio on the use of AI. I'm very proud of our teachers. I'm proud of what they do. I'm proud of what they bring to the classroom, and they're always looking for ways to make things better for students. Finally, I'll say that one of our biggest challenge, but with your support, we've been able to bring industry standard equipment to our students. You would be surprised, and I know many of you have visited many of our programs, not only at the tech centers, but our high schools. Our students are working with industry level equipment. It's your support and your work and the way that you help us grow our programs, that we're able to provide some incredible tools and opportunities on an ongoing basis to our students. With that, I'll say that CTE does produce results, and I hope that you'll be as proud as I am with the work that is done in our CTE classrooms. CTE not only provides the hands-on approach, skill certifications, introductions into careers, but it also helps our students with what we call durable skills or soft skills, how to show up on time, how to behave when they get to work, how to be a responsible employee. CTE is one of the best dropout prevention programs. Students come to their CTE programs because they want to be there, they want to learn a skill, and they want to be able to be active in their community. We know that students that take CTE courses will often pursue at a higher level, whether it's in a career, whether it's going on to some further training, whether that be 1, 2, or 4 years of training, and we're very proud of what we do in Jordan School District. And I thank you for letting me take this time to celebrate. Thank you, Superintendent, for this time, and I appreciate all that you do to help us. So thank you.
Thank you, Jason. He has a team of people here with him as well, and CTE is a real point of pride in Jordan District. We've done a great job for a long time, and as Mr. Skidmore pointed out, it's the teachers who are very passionate about providing an incredible opportunity for students. So it's ever expanding, ever improving, and it's one of the best things about education in Jordan.
Can I make a comment? First of all, I love your open houses. I was able to come a couple weeks ago, visit both campuses, and just every time I go, like, it's expanded even more. You know, it's just so cool. But I just wanted to inform the board. Bryce and I have been around for a while. Early on, we had an innovation committee, and we really looked at for innovative ways that we could save money in education. Specifically, we went around the country and we looked at innovative schools and what we could bring to our district that we didn't have. And the results really was what we already have. Our CTEs were phenomenal in helping us save cost. If you took everyone in our CTE programs and our online school, especially if you added them in, that's about the size of a high school. And if we had to build a high school, we shut those programs down, had to build a high school, that would be over $200 million, and we can look at all the trickle-down costs. So these programs are not only fantastic in helping students have choice in education and innovative opportunities and preparing them for a career in colleges, but they also are significantly saving us money and saving taxpayers money, and that's why I wholeheartedly support these programs. But I just wanted to let the board know that we have studied this and looked at this, and this is a phenomenal way, a direction in which we're going, and any opportunities to help support these programs, I'm fully on board.
Thank you so much for being here. Talk about education choice. That's pretty impressive. The ways that you can reach students who need a different environment to be successful, and the proof is in the pudding. Look at the numbers. So congratulations. All right, we'll now move into our public comment section of the meeting. The Board of Education encourages public engagement. We value input from our residents, students, and employees. The board will not take public comment on personnel issues or statements regarding the character, professional competence, or physical or mental health of an individual during board meetings. If you have concerns to that end, please send individual emails to board members. The comments need to stay age appropriate. The board does not discuss issues that are not on the meeting's agenda. The board may ask staff to follow up on issues raised or may address them at a future meeting. And remember that silence by the board on an issue does not suggest support or opposition to the messages given. The board will take public comment at this time on items not listed on the agenda. In-person comments will be heard first, followed by comments received electronically. Both in-person and emailed comments can last a maximum of 3 minutes, so please try to be respectful of that time. When you're called to the podium, please state your name. So we have a few people who have signed up to give comment tonight. So we'll first invite Melanie Canick to the podium, and on deck will be Kelly Wood.
All right. I'd like to thank the board for your service and your time tonight. My name is Melanie Canick, and I'm the team lead for the motor development team, and I've been an OT with the district for 16 years. I'm here tonight to request a review of the occupational and physical therapy salary schedule in hopes of retaining the skilled and experienced therapists that currently work for our district. Jordan employs 20 OTs and 12 PTs. Of those therapists, 12 serve the 0 to 3 population in early intervention. 6 therapists exclusively serve the students within Kari Sue Hamilton School, and 14 itinerant therapists serve the remaining 66 schools within the district. I'd like to introduce you to some of the therapists, and will ask those who were able to attend the meeting to stand. OT and PT are federally mandated services through IDEA. Students who require and receive OT or PT do so under an IFSP, IEP, or 504 plan. OT and PT work together with other professions in the schools and medical community to evaluate students, develop a plan of care, and provide direct and consultative services to promote access and participation in the educational setting. For a child who lacks the physical ability to participate in the same way as their typically developing peers, OT and PT support students in developing the functional skills and the physical requirements to do so. At times, there may be barriers to gaining these skills. Our role then involves recommending specific accommodations, such as assistive technology or environmental modifications, which allows the child the ability to access and participate in FAPE alongside their peers. OTs and PTs are employed in a variety of settings, including hospitals, rehab centers, outpatient clinics, home health, early intervention, and schools. Those of us who are employed in school-based or early intervention settings choose to be here because of our love for children and the impact we feel we can provide during the years of greatest development. We chose to work for Jordan for varying reasons, including the positive culture, the exceptional special education programs, and the opportunity to provide direct services to students. As the lead of the motor development team, I have seen the impact experience has on the ability to accelerate student progress, as well as a therapist's overall productivity. Although Jordan has somewhat competitive pay for first-year therapists, by year 5, Jordan is the lowest paying district among the surrounding comparable districts through year 35 and beyond. I feel confident I can speak for our team when I describe the dedication we feel for the students within the district. Unfortunately, given the current economy, the love we have for the work we do can't continue to compensate for the reduced pay indefinitely. I ask you to please consider a salary adjustment to invest in our current experienced therapists. If this experience is lost, the district risks needing to hire more therapists to provide the same level of care we are currently able to provide. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now hear from Kelly Wood, and Janet Sanders is on deck.
Good evening. My name is Kelly Wood, and I'm an occupational therapist with the motor development team. I have been an OT with Jordan School District for 20 years. Many of the therapists who have chosen to work for Jordan have known for many years that the compensation is lower than what they are able to receive outside the school setting. Unfortunately, significant changes to the cost of living in our area, improved compensation for our professions, and ultimately Jordan's pay falling short in comparison to surrounding districts have all made this choice more difficult. The gap between Jordan and other districts has only continued to widen since I first compiled data that was presented during the 22-23 school year. Melanie and I recently had the opportunity to meet with Dr. Godfrey, who can further elaborate at a later time on our discussion regarding the salary disparity. The full analysis can be referenced in an email that you should have received. Many of the therapists currently employed by Jordan District have greater than 15 years of experience with this district. I specify this experience because of the value that it is to the given the federal mandate that we work under and the critical role that we play in helping children access and participate in their education. School taught us the book knowledge to be an OT or a PT. In my experience, however, a new therapist does not come out of graduate school with the ability to efficiently implement the knowledge in a setting as unique as this. Schools are the only setting where a therapist's client, if you will, could include upwards of 10 different people. Therapists new to the profession often lack the experience and confidence required to effectively articulate to other professionals and parents our role and what level of service or support will result in the highest educationally relevant outcome for a student. This communication is vital to the success of the collaborative IEP team process. The process of qualifying kids, providing the necessary interventions to help them be successful, and then decreasing the level of support as appropriate is what allows our team to remain the lowest therapist FTE to student ratio of all surrounding districts. We are currently at a tipping point. We have the chance to retain highly skilled and qualified therapists if we can infuse the money into the cause of holding on to their experience. This investment will allow us to maintain momentum to continue providing the highest quality of services while maintaining the lowest FTE possible. As a therapist who has dedicated my career to the children within Jordan District, I am here to make a direct plea to you to improve the salary compensation for the therapists who are employed in Jordan. While it may not be possible to have our therapists be the highest paid, we are requesting that the OT and the PT salary be competitive and reflect the district's desire to retain the very best, highly skilled and knowledgeable therapists who have the ability to effectively and efficiently support the students within Jordan School District. Thank you.
Hey, Janet Sanders up next, and then Wendy Barrett on deck.
Hello, my name is Janet Sanders. I'm a Jordan School District parent, teacher, and the president of the JEA, as you know. I'm here tonight to thank the board for your support of our association. I feel that we have a relationship that has been valuable to us both over the years. It is a relationship I would like to see continue, even in the face of recent legislation, including HB 267. Although this legislation does present roadblocks, they are not insurmountable. We can continue most elements of our relationship if you have the desire to do so. Hattie's research tells us that an effective teacher in every classroom is the #1 contributor to student success. Our work together has helped attract and retain this kind of educator. Through the years, we've made many accomplishments together that have benefited Jordan educators and students. JEA has an effective and efficient system for communicating the needs and desires of teachers to the district and the board. We help educate on policies and procedures. We work collaboratively to solve problems and address policies that need revision. Together, we have been ahead of the rest of the state when it comes to policies including maternity leave, annual versus sick leave, full hourly pay for the extra 32 hours, and of course, our cell phone policy. We have rewarded our career educators with an extra step. We have worked together to provide the best insurance coverage at the best cost that we can. We have negotiated compensation that has kept the district competitive and attractive in today's job market. I look forward to continuing our productive relationship in the years to come. Please continue working with JEA for the benefit of our educators and students. Thank you.
Thank you. So Wendy Barrett and then Colette Mehmet on deck.
Hello, I was here a month ago representing some of the speech language pathologists in our district, and it's a little serendipitous that our OTs and PTs were here. I didn't actually know they were going to come, but we are their teammates in the federally mandated IEP process. There are a lot more of us in the district. There's usually 1 to every school or 1 to every 2 schools, and we have the same federal mandate as they do to follow the regulations of IDEA, and we are not only struggling to keep experienced staff, but to hire to begin with. We constantly have openings. Every meeting we have with our speech language pathologists are, does anybody know who's looking for a job? We need to find someone. We need to find someone. So we've come up with a few suggestions. We've looked at what other districts are doing, and some of the options are to pay at a master's plus 30 level just because of the requirements of our master's degree that are a little bit more intense, to pay for board certification. Some districts do that. We've also looked at how teachers in the secondary level can sell their prep and take on an extra class, and if SLPs are willing to take on extra caseload where we're short-staffed, considering paying them in that way, with this in the same way that a teacher would get paid for teaching an extra class. Another option would be to put us on the OT-PT and psychology scale, which matches more with our field and what we do. We also have the opportunity to work in hospitals and clinics and outside places, so that's another competition that the schools have to hire SLPs. They're competing not only with other school districts, but with other settings altogether. So anyways, thank you for your time, and I appreciate your consideration, and have a great night.
What was your name again?
Wendy Barrett. And I want to say go Moose. That's one of my schools I cover is Mountain Creek Middle. So
I just want to know if you've ever been to the Moose Stash. That's the most clever name. All right, Colette Mehmet.
Good evening, board. I am Colette Mehmet. I am a teacher at Sunset Ridge Middle. I teach math, and I'm also vice president of the JEA. I would like to echo every word that Janet Sanders has said, and I just want to tell you thank you for the cell phone policy. What a difference it has made in my classroom. I very rarely have to even talk to a child now about their cell phone. They know it's going to go away or it's going to be gone. And it has been life-changing in my classroom and in my colleagues' classrooms. I also want to thank you for the 32 hours of additional pay that you give us at our hourly rate rather than at in-service rate. And I just really appreciate the support that you have given the teachers in this district. Thank you.
Are there any emailed comments? Okay. Anyone else who wanted to speak tonight but didn't see the sign up? Oh, please come up. Make sure you tell us your name.
Hi, I'm Amy Ludlow. I'm another speech language pathologist at Jordan District. Yay. I spoke last month as well with Wendy. I'm just echoing what she's saying. For a couple of years, I've been trying to advocate for higher pay, mainly for recruitment, just like the private sector would do. Is there's a supply problem and a demand problem, and if we can give better pay, we can help with that need. We are really dedicated. We love our job. There's a very passionate thread that runs through SLPs and SLTs who are helping us meet our caseload minutes. But it's really heartbreaking to me when I mentor somebody for years and then they leave because of pay, because they can't pay for childcare, for example. So help me help them stay, because it's great. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. That concludes our public comment. Thank you for being here, and we will not be offended if you need to slip out. But you are welcome to stay. We love having you. All right. Let's move on to our general business. I'll accept a motion to approve the consent agenda items.
I move that we approve the consent agenda items A, B, and C.
Second.
Right, we have a motion by Ms. Dean and a second by Mr. Barnett to approve the consent agenda items A, B, and C. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And any opposed? Right, that motion passes. I'll now accept a motion to accept the consent agenda.
I move that we accept the consent agenda A, B, C, D, and E.
Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Dean, a second by Mr. Barnett to accept the consent agenda items A through E. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed, say nay. Great. I will now accept motions for bids, but let's take these one at a time. We have some pretty big items on here.
I'll move that we accept the bid for the district administration new furniture at Jordan Learning Center.
I'll second it.
Great. We have a second by Mr. Barnett, and I'm sorry, a motion by Mr. Barnett, a second by Dr. Robinson for new furniture at the Jordan Learning Center. Apparently not J-Mart anymore. So,
Is that just a temporary name, or have we named it?
That's what we're calling it at this point.
Okay.
If the board wants to name it beyond that, you can certainly do that, but the Jordan Learning Center has kind of stuck after we unstuck J-Mart.
I was thinking the Dr. Godfrey Center. But
thinking the same thing. Are you willing to make the appropriate donation? I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Not quite. I'm saving up.
All right. Any discussion to that motion?
I was hoping someone could address one of the last sentences of the justification letter. It says, "We have made every effort to balance good quality with fair prices and take advantage of all available discounts." Maybe just briefly summarize what was done.
Yes,
there.
I'd be happy to, and I got elected to be the person that represents all of those people that are on that justification letter, and Kurt may be able to help me a little bit too. So to that question specifically, and this is my understanding, when we opened Juniper Elementary, so just this last fall, the majority of their furniture was all purchased through Workspace Elements using Han furniture, and they extended a discount to the district as a whole for a period of time that if we bought other pieces of furniture through Han, that they would give a significant discount to the purchase. And so because we were sort of riding on the end of that purchase, we were able to get a significant discount on the furniture that was purchased because of that offered discount, if that makes sense. So the quality was good. We met with principals who had used their furniture and knew that we were getting good quality furniture, but we're also able to take advantage of that period of time that we could get that extended discount for that.
Okay.
So
I just wanted that on the audio record, that people in the district are interested in not just quality, but they're also interested in discounts and,
Yeah.
and
Oh, yeah.
finding the best price.
Anytime we can get a coupon, we are happy. So yes. Any other questions that I can help with? We actually, again, representing all of those folks that were on the letter, just want to say thank you for your support for this project. There's a lot of people that are really excited and anxious to move into this building, so thank you.
I got one more question. So this seems early for furniture. Are we ahead of schedule to get this open? When do we have a target date or?
Part of the reason that we're early on furniture is because of that discount.
Okay.
So there were time frames that they would allow us to ride on the coattails of that discount. And so if we wanted to start as soon as the bid was approved for the building so that we could get in on that time frame and not miss out on that opportunity to save a good chunk of money.
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Can I ask if that furniture, like, are we going to have to store it until it's ready, or are they going to keep it until we need it?
One of the qualifications for the companies that we looked at that had the state contracts that provided the furniture was if they offered that we would be able to purchase it, but then they would store it and hold on to it and have it all ready to go and bring it in and work with construction to be able to help install it and get it all set up as part of the final building, construction, but we don't have to have a place to store it.
Thank you.
Yeah. Any others? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? All right. Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 And any opposed? Okay, motion carries. All right, up next we have, I'll accept a motion.
I move that we accept the bid for the chiller replacement for West Jordan High School.
I'll second.
Thank you. We have a motion by Ms. Dean, a second by Mr. Barnett to accept the bid for the chiller replacement for West Jordan High School. Any discussion to that motion?
I did have a question that I forgot to ask in study session. Because we are looking at renovating West Jordan High School, will the chiller that we put in be affected by those renovations?
Thank you. No, it won't. We'll be able to keep that separate. Most of that is in the boiler room and in the yard between the chillers and the cooling tower. So it'll just be a piece that'll be already taken care of.
Thank you.
And if we didn't do it now, we'd have to do it then.
Oh, for sure.
Any other discussion? All
I am
right.
super happy about this. I would say probably about 10% of all correspondence I have received as a member of the Jordan School District Board of Education has been about the HVAC system at West Jordan High School. So I am and my sister teaches there, and she's pretty direct about this to me.
Well, she'll appreciate your motion. Okay, all those in favor of approving the bid for chiller replacement for West Jordan High School, please say aye.
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 And any opposed, say nay. Motion passes.
Can we do C and D together? Can
Yes.
I move that we approve bid items C and D for the stadium lighting audiovisual upgrades at both Copper Hills High School and West Jordan High School?
I second.
Great, we have a motion by Mr. Demford, a second by Ms. Dean, to approve stadium lighting and audiovisual upgrades for Copper Hills and West Jordan High Schools. Any discussion to the motion?
Thank you for getting on that so quickly. That's exactly why we made those budget recommendations, is because we knew you would do it a lot quicker than any other way. So thank you for just jumping on that so quickly.
I agree. I am especially excited. I, like Ms. Dean, have fielded many questions about this at Copper Hills High School, and it is well needed. Okay, any other discussion? Right. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed, say nay. Great. Motion carries. All right, I'll accept a motion.
I move that we accept the bid for the greenhouse demolition at South Valley.
I second.
We have a motion by Ms. Barrow, a second by Mr. Denford, to approve the greenhouse demolition at South Valley. Any discussion to that motion? I'll just add on, when I saw that, I was like, oh, it's a lot to take something down, but it does mention that they also will be adding additional parking stalls, parking lot pole lighting, and striping curb and gutters. So,
And they still will have a greenhouse.
and they still will get a smaller greenhouse. Is that included, the additional greenhouse in this bid?
It is, yeah,
Oh,
but it's a small greenhouse, it'd be more of an upgrade from like a residential, as far as there's no heating systems or anything like that in it, but it should be sufficient for what their needs are.
Fantastic news. All in favor of the greenhouse demolition at South Valley, please say aye.
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 And any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, accept a motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve the stair access at Black Ridge Elementary School.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by Dr. Robinson, a second by Mr. Barnett to improve stair access at Black Ridge Elementary School. Is there any discussion to the motion? All right, seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? Motion carries.
So needed.
Accept a motion.
I move that we approve the parking lot expansion at Bingham High School, option 2, which includes option 1.
I'll second it.
Great.
Y'all wanted to make this motion.
We have a motion by Mr. Dunford and a close second by Dr. Robinson that we approve the parking lot expansion at Bingham High School, option 2. Any discussion to the motion?
Goodbye, Markey.
This needed to happen 20 years
Will
ago.
they be moving the marquee? Like, are they keeping it or is it going away?
They'll be selling squares of the marquee to alumni.
Are you serious?
No, maybe I am now. Maybe
Put
that
a
I put
square
that
in
into the
his office.
universe.
I'll buy a piece.
To
I'm
help
not
pay
even
for the
alumni.
parking lot, right?
It needs to be replaced. It needs to be replaced.
And it sits really far in. It needs to be brought out in a more prominent location.
Any other discussion? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? Right, motion carries. I'll accept a motion.
I move that we approve the bid for the ATC upgrades at Riverton High School.
I'll second.
A motion by Ms. Barrow and a second by Mr. Barnett that we approve the ATC upgrades at Riverton High School. Any discussion? Right, seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? That motion passes.
I'm going to do this one. I move that we approve the bid for the renovations at South Jordan Middle School. Option 3, which includes options 1 and 2. It's the whole package. Perfect.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Barrow, a second by Dr. Robinson, that we approve renovations at South Jordan Middle School, option 3. Any discussion to that motion? I have one quick question. So we had some recommendations to upgrade for seismic safety. Does this take care of all of the seismic needs at this school that we were made aware of?
It does, yeah.
Fantastic. It's not like
Check
phased.
one off the list.
There we go.
I love it.
Boom.
And many other exciting elements. South Jordan's getting a nice little package here. Any other questions? Thanks, Mr. Rostrom. Okay, all in favor of approving renovations at South Jordan Middle School, option 3, say aye.
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 And any opposed? Great, motion carries.
Can we do transportation together?
I think we can do.
I'll make the motion. I'd like to make a motion that we approve transportation CNG tank replacements on school buses. Number 1, number 2, transportation services for special education students, and number 3, replacement of special education buses.
I second.
Great, we have a motion by Dr. Robinson, a second by Mr. Dunford, that we approve CNG tank replacement on school buses, transportation services for special education students, and the replacement of special education bus. Is there any discussion to that motion?
I did have a question on transportation services for special education students. It seemed very expensive.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I found out just recently that it's a very limited number of students who use the service.
That's correct. Currently, we have 7 students using this service. So can I elaborate just a little bit?
And the bid is $630,000. So that's $100,000 per student? Is that,
No,
am I
no.
understanding that correctly?
So it would be per year. So what we did is I worked with purchasing and we went out for an RFP for a multi-year contract. So that would be a scenario where we would be looking at a 5-year. So the $600,000 that you see is for a 5-year total. Currently, fiscal year to date, we have spent, let me look really quick here, because I think we're at about, let's see, 53,000 this year. We started with 12 students, then depending on if they move, if there's a change of placement that we're able to accommodate it, then we can do that in-house. But these are just the outlier circumstances where we have a student who lives on one side of the district and their school assigned to them is on the other side of the district. So we can't use Uber, we can't use Lyft because they don't transport students that are under 18 years old. So there are companies that are third-party vendors. We've used EverDriven before in the past. We've been using them for about 2 or 3 years, but we felt the need to go out for an RFP because we get a discount if we start with, if we can do a multi-year contract. So it does seem, that would be the extent of what it would be. So we gave all of the vendors some scenarios based on our current data for students. And that was the vendor that was the lowest bid. So I don't know that it would be $600,000. That was just the example that we gave to all of the vendors so that they could make an equivalent bid and we're comparing apples to apples.
And it's kind of it's a pay-as-you-go thing?
It is, yeah. So,
Okay.
Yep, you're exactly right. We pay monthly.
Based on usage, of course.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. So it can vary. We can have 1 to 3 students. We can have, like I said, currently we have 7. We've had up to 12.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
How much of their services is mandated by us? I mean, it's not a choice that we just can
Yeah,
do or
I mean,
not, right?
it's part of FAPE. So we do have to provide FAPE for the least restrictive environment. And so the placement office, through special education, will determine where the placement, the school placement for that student is. And then if we are able to accommodate that through our transportation services in-house, we do that every single time. But there are a few unusual circumstances that we just do not have the resources to be able to provide transportation. Canyon School District uses the same company to get kids up to Alta Ski Resort, as an example, because during the winter terrain, they can't take school buses up there. So we've known about these third-party vendors for quite a while, but we just thought, let's go ahead and engage in an RFP to get a contract to see if we can get some kind of a cost, kind of a discount like Lisa was talking about. And it did actually reduce the fee structure for that we were currently paying. So it does work out in our favor. And then there's an escalator built in each year. We can opt out of it after the first year if there's no need to do it anymore. But when I worked with purchasing, we just decided, let's go out for a multi-year bid, 5-year bid, because I think that saves our taxpayers dollars.
So you're at 50,000 this year.
Yes.
That's quite a savings that we'll incur.
I think so. I mean, again, yeah, we have ways that we do a mileage reimbursement. If the parent can take their own kids, the state will reimburse this mileage. This is all reimbursed by the state, by the way, as well. So we do get, we submit that with our A1 state report. It's not like it's an unfunded route.
Any other questions? Seeing none. All those in favor of the motion for CNG tank replacement on school buses, transportation services for special education students, and replacement of special education bus, please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed, please say nay. All right, that motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Move on to our special business items section. I'll accept a motion for 7A.
I move that we approve the proposed revisions to Administrative Policy DP 338, reimbursement of licensed employees elected to public office, and to eliminate Administrative Policy DP 338B, reimbursement of educational support professionals elected to public office.
I'll second it.
Right, we have a motion by Ms. Dean, a second by Dr. Robbins, that we approve the proposed revisions to administrative policy DP 338, reimbursement of licensed employees elected to public office, and to eliminate administrative policy DP 338B, reimbursement of educational support professionals elected to public office. Is there any discussion to that motion?
Is this the kind of thing that people would give public comment on if anybody was here to give public comment on?
Sure. We would accept.
Policy changes, yes.
That's okay, because that's what I was thinking. Any
And we would
special
have them-
business items, there's
We would
the-
have them not speak during the other
yeah,
public
and
hour
then they'd
just
speak now.
Anyone here to speak? Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed, please say nay. Great. The motion carries. Let's move to our superintendent's report.
I want to echo what Ms. Barrow said. It was another great health and wellness week. The day itself, I mean, I say week because over time we have SWIG available, there are meals the week before. And I will also say that the team does a great job of making opportunities available throughout the year. And we will continue to talk about ways that we can support health and wellness throughout the year. But it's really nice to have a day to focus on it. And several board members have mentioned this to me. The support from the community is really inspiring. And our team does a tremendous job. There's a committee that meets throughout the year to prepare for this day, and they pull all these resources together. And not only do we have a lot of compliments from employees and from parents who have this day to focus on health and wellness, but the partners we're able to pull in thank us for having such a well-organized opportunity for them to connect with our employees. So Health and Wellness Day is also something that's mentioned frequently in our stay interviews when we interview teachers who are in their first 5 years and ask what's going well and what we can improve. They're grateful for the Health and Wellness Day, and that's a reason that they stay. So thank you for supporting that and making it possible. It's really because of you that we're able to do that. And I'm very proud of the work that the team has done and the way the community comes together to support our families and our employees. The fact that this touches every employee is so important. And I just can't thank you enough. So good things happening.
And I would like to say something about that too. Several teachers told me, thank you for lunch on Health and Wellness Day. And I remember when the superintendent brought up the possibility of the board approving money to pay for the lunch for the employees. And I feel like that's really meaningful, like feeding somebody shows that you care about them. So anyway, I just wanted to say that several teachers have approached me and said, hey, thanks for the lunch. It was really good. So they like Apple Spice Junction.
I was able to be there most of the day, and I just really, it's always like a highlight. My wife always wants to go with me when we go to it, and I'm just impressed with the number of visitors, and I really, vendors and people in the community, but I really loved putting it under, a lot of the activities under one roof and seeing people come together. I know that logistically you had to have it in other locations, but that was awesome. And kudos to the faculty members that continue to work, like the janitor services and those committees. I mean, everyone else is taking a day for themselves and they're continuing to work. It was pretty impressive.
I also get several emails. Thank you. I also get several emails every year. I get emails about lunch. I also get emails. I had a picture from an assistant principal of their desk that was now clean because they had health and wellness day, nothing else going on, to just focus on getting their office cleared out, and they felt really ready for Monday. I hear that from teachers as well. So it becomes whatever the day turns into, whatever you need it to be, and it's worked out really well.
I'm surprised that other districts haven't stolen this idea from us. I had one person complaining from another district that left ours, that they don't have it, and he says that's outside of our scope, but we need to just keep running with it. This is an awesome day.
We have the blueprints if anyone needs them. So
thanks for the innovation idea. It's amazing.
And can I just add a thank you to parents who also make a little bit of a sacrifice, many of them with work. We recognize that that is a little bit tricky, but it pays off in dividends. I remember when we got married, we had some advice on a video, and someone told my husband, "Happy wife, happy life." And I think we could reflect that into a classroom and say, when your teacher is refreshed and energized and feels valued, your child receives a better education. So thank you for that support.
Do we have committee reports, or is it about time to ADJOURN?
I think we better do some committee reports. I just wanted to make sure Dr. Godfrey was done. Okay, let's take some time for committee reports. None? Okay, I'll make a quick one then. This last couple of weeks in our JLC meetings, we were introduced to a website that I wanted to make all of you aware of. It is called Utah Loves Public Education, and it is an effort on the part of many citizens and businesses in the community who recognize the blessing that public education is in the lives of our communities. And there are people who want to stand up and support the work that we do. So I would love to invite each of you to take the opportunity to look at utahlovespublicschools.com. There's a place there to sign up to support, and then other opportunities to help their support so that you can reach out to your legislators and talk about the way that public education has blessed your community and your family, as well as other information that will help you to understand a very complicated legislative session and the way that some of the decisions that are coming off the Hill are going to affect the day-to-day lives of students and employees of school districts. Okay, that is it from me. If there are no other committee reports, I'll take a motion.
I move that we adjourn.
Second.
Right, we have a motion by Ms. Dean, a second by Mr. Barnett, and maybe a third by a couple of other board members, that we adjourn this meeting at 8:20 p.m.
And we actually get to go home, I think, for the first
All
time. We're
in
not going back to
favor,
study session.
please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And any opposed? We stand adjourned.
I can now applaud. Yes, well done. Bravo.
Talk till Tuesday.